Hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Uh, it's just, it's just Friday. Friday be what it be. It's the start of the weekend. So I hope everybody's having, well, start of the weekend for some, the last day of work for others. Um, Hope everybody's enjoying. Had a good last start so far with the resets. We were able to get the scrapper to 1397. No, I'm not mistaken. Uh, yeah, 1397. It's getting rough per click. I dropped it took like four, probably close to 5K yesterday. I've made some back with selling some stuff and doing some alt runs on Sea of Indolence. Well, not alt runs, but well, I guess yeah, because only my alts can do it right now. Runs of Sea of Indolence for got some 400 gold back and stuff like that. Um, just is what it is. Looking forward to just looking forward to getting through this week, getting one more, one more week out of the way, one more week closer to the May update. I just want to early caveat, just to remind people, just in case. My With the current scheduling, there will be no stream on Tuesday. On Tuesday, May 3rd. My old man's going in for his pre-op for the surgery that he's going to be having on the 16th, and we also need to do groceries, and it's in the same area, so I'm gonna head over, drop him off, do some uh, uh, just drop him off at the hospital, then go do the groceries and pick him up, stuff like that. But yeah, so we'll be there'll be no stream on Tuesday currently with the current scheduling. I'll probably, after today's stream, I'll put it in the updates panel down below in Twitch. So if you're watching this on YouTube, I'll probably have it in the comments for this VOD and the next VOD. But yeah, for the that's kind of just my plans at the moment. If anything changes, I'll let you guys know. But until then, we're kind of just same stuff, just grinding and waiting. I think I might try to do some videos of when I go raiding with friends and doing like hard mode or Reha on my scrapper and stuff, just to kind of have some extra stuff to put out. So, and I'll probably leave the comms on so you can just hear us when we're like bantering and stuff, as long as we don't get too out of hand. But yeah, so pretty good. That's what I think I'm gonna try to do that. Today we're gonna see if we can do maybe some PvP or something at the towards the middle of the stream or something. Just like a little change of pace. I meant to do some yesterday, but then I remember there was just a lot of stuff I had to do. Like I saw plenty of dailies to do on the scrapper when I got off, so we just didn't really have time yesterday. So today I'd like to make some time for that, just to hopefully try to get to the first limit or super whatever it's called nowadays. I forget what it's fucking called. Because I kind of just need that on. I kind of just need to get that done and over with, because I really need to get that character geared. All right, so she needs so much experience. I'm trying to get the Glaver to 54, so that way I can go do South Vern on her before trying to push her to 55. But hasn't really been, the XP's been a little slow going, so she's still pretty low. Also, in case you follow Apex stuff, today is the ALGS, I think is how it's called. Sweden split LAN tournament, whatever. I'm rooting for Scarz. They're not doing too well at the moment, but they're my boys. Unfortunately, Manda got tested positive with COVID, so he couldn't compete. But luckily they were able to sub in IPN, or at least find a sub in IPN to like pull through. So uh, I'm a little sad I won't be able to like watch the entirety of it. But they came in fourth in this last round. I don't know about the current one. Actually, I should double check if the other round's already finished. Um, no, it's game three is still in progress. So they came in fourth in the last game. So they had some pretty good placements there. Um, so hopefully they can get some better placements in the last couple games. But we'll see. Sometimes it's just how it be with when you're doing things professionally. Sometimes I imagine they had a pretty big blow finding out that Mandic was like disqualified, because I think they according to the times of the tweets, it was pretty like it was like same day. It was like day of, and that's got to be pretty. That's got to throw a wrench in like their mental stuff. Um, and even with like a good player like IPN, if they probably didn't run any scrims with him because they probably weren't expecting to have to need to replace somebody. So there's probably been a little bit of a flow disconnect, because especially on like a tournament stuff, you kind of need to have a flow with the people you're playing with, or else it just kind of all falls apart. So, but this last game, it looked like they were kind of like jiving together pretty good, and yeah. So hopefully they can turn that around. But that's it for the side tangent for Apex. Just rooting for my boys. But yeah, no. Aside from that, we're just back on the Friday grind. You know, just Friday vibes, just chilling, nothing too crazy. We got Field Boss today, which I'll probably do off stream because again, Moke for my server, you have to be there like 20 minutes early, 30 minutes early sometimes. So I probably won't do that on stream. All right, so we got Fort Pay is the gold island. If you need gold today, is Fort Pay. If you're someone who's really hurting for gold, and then Lagoon Island is for pirate coins, and if you need a wealth rune, Lagoon Island is, from what I've seen, is, I'm not gonna say it's 100% because I don't know, but pretty much everybody I've seen do Lagoon Island, or I know who did Lagoon Island, all got the purple wealth rune on their first try, like guaranteed. So I think it's almost guaranteed to get. Um, so if you still need wealth runes for your Glaver or your Striker, War Dancer, Sork, whatever, um, Lagoon Island is just extra good today because you get a purple wealth rune from there, and you get pirate coins, and then maybe if you get lucky, you'll get the island soul. So hopefully, I'm just there for the pirate coins. I'm hoping that maybe we'll get the island soul this time. Um, Also, I'm finally able to run like actual engravings on. Well, I was gonna show you, but Lost Ark decided to just randomly crash. That's cool. That's just something that hasn't happened to me in a while. But I'm finally able to run actual engravings on the whatchamacallit, on the Deadeye. He I lucked out and got a I think it was a +7 adrenaline stone, and the other engraving on it is supercharged, which is useless for me, but I don't really care about that. I'm just there for I'm just glad I could get an adrenaline stone, so I can run level 3 adrenaline on him again with the level 1 enhanced weapon, which is pretty much what I plan on running on him uh forever. So I think I might go harsh oath set on him when he gets up to the Argos for the crit damage. But because I have a lot of crit rate, he crits a lot, like a lot generally. So I think it should be all right. Um, the only reason I might not go harsh oath is because I think I don't know if I want to go like spec crit or spec swiftness on the necklace. If I go spec crit, I really won't need extra crit from anywhere, but the playstyle is slightly slowed down a bit. But I still haven't decided on that. I still don't know which one's better. I think most people just go straight, just get that little bit of crit, so that way they can just go for the crit damage set. But I don't know myself. I kind of like having swiftness. So I think I might go just swiftness on the necklace to get a little bit of swiftness to kind of smooth things out. Especially because since I plan on taking level 3 adrenaline, because I like adrenaline, especially on Deadeye, because Deadeye has a lot of abilities that you can just throw out to get it up and running, and or to keep it running. So I'm and you get attack power on top of that for running adrenaline. So I think all in all, adrenaline's pretty good, pretty strong on an enhanced weapon. I don't know if it's the best, right? Period. But I think for my personal taste, it's probably going to be pretty good. Because the other option is because like the biggest reason I'm doing it is because since I have that purple adrenaline book, I might as well just go for it anyway. And then because like the issue is if I go crit, then I kind of need to go spirit absorption, so to offset not having the swiftness, right? So I think what I'm gonna do is I'll probably just go like I think I'll try to get like an adrenaline curse dollstone on him also in the future. But that's gonna be way down the line because I'm not gonna spend gold on him to gear him up anytime soon at all. Like he's gonna have to wait till he's 1370. I'll see what accessories he get. I'll see if he gets lucky with any legendary stones. But for the most part, he's gonna be running just level 3 adrenaline with level 1 enhanced weapon for a while. But I'm just glad that he was able to get I was able to get an actual like stone on him that's usable. So because if you've seen my previous streams or VODs, you know that was really getting on my nerves that he was just going for so long. So yeah, so I have level 3 adrenaline with +2 left over, so that means this is +7. I must have adrenaline on something else. Okay, I have it on this ring. And then I have level 1 enhanced weapon. I have level 1 supercharge just because it's there, just because it's on the rock. Even though it's on the, I only have 3 on the rock, so that means I have like +2 somewhere in here for supercharge. Yeah, there it is. So yeah, I think I'm gonna swap to a swiftness, a specialization swiftness necklace on the Deadeye if it drops. He's had pretty bad luck with the accessories. He had really bad luck last week trying to get some purple accessories. Like I couldn't get any. Like I just roll when I'm trying to get a character geared in purple accessories. The only thing I use on I roll on the scales is just straight rings and earrings, because I'm just trying to get that main stat. Especially for purples. If I luck out and get something really good, then that's cool. But for the most part, I'm just like trying to get the main stat on it because he needs so much specialization to deal damage. So hopefully this week, when he does his Hoireha, he'll be able to get what he needs. So, or at least something that he can use, because I'm not gonna waste coins on purple, because purple like accessories, like usable ones, are really expensive because they're pretty hard to get like really good rolls on them. So a lot of times they go for more than the legendary accessories, mostly because most of the legendary accessories on the market are the ones from Oreha Hard and Argos, which all have the guaranteed class engravings on every piece. So that means you really can't use those to kind of like make a super crazy build, because you're like one engraving is always going to be a class engraving, period. So so any like Chaos Dungeon legendary accessories that are really good are pretty expensive. Any good purple accessories are also going to be pretty expensive. So that's just what it is. So and not to mention there's still the Payon cost, however we pronounce it in our region, because they randomly added an H for the Western client for the Payons. But basically, yeah, just I don't think the Payon costs are worth on purple accessories unless you're like, unless it's like you need like +2 on something, and then you're like you don't want to waste having a class engraving, like because like for instance my My shock scrapper has level 1 perfect suppression because she has all legendary accessories. Because I kind of fucked up a little bit, but it's also because I didn't think about it at the time, and I think even long term it's still not going to be kind of like worth doing too much, but it is an option to do right now, especially with the fact that we get more engraving books from the Guardian Raid event. But basically what you can do is, instead of running a purple class engraving and then getting like 2 pieces of accessories, what you can do is you can run 2 purple battle engravings and then just farm your own 5 like class engravings if you need level 3, and then just run 2 purple battle engravings and then a ability stone that's 6/6, and that's a lot cheaper than trying to build a 3x3 the way I did. Well, I wouldn't say cheaper. It's a lot more efficient. Well, actually, no, it probably is cheaper, because since you probably have a pretty decent chance, right, of getting your own class engraving with good stats on it from like ALGS and Oreja, because you have, double the chance, because you have 2 Oreja modes, and then however many phases of ALGS you do gives you more bloods and stuff. So depending on like where you're at gear wise, so like if you need, if you're already at like 5 preordained or 5 harsh, you can just start dumping those into accessories, especially the Oreja ones. Oreja, like, accessory, like, you can dump those mats into accessories after like the first week, basically, after the first couple. Like, you only really need to do it twice, and you can just dump them into accessories and hope to try to get something good that you can use, because you'll have a pretty high chance on getting something usable if you're just aiming for a class engraving. Even then, even if you don't look out there, you probably have a pretty good chance of getting it really, really cheap on the auction house if you're just aiming for a class engraving, level 3. So, that is an option. What I did on the scrapper is I ran, basically, I did what you're probably gonna. The reason I say it's kind of more efficient now and not so much in the long run is because when we get relic accessories, unless they change them, which I don't think they will, relic accessories we don't have a form to guarantee class engravings on them. So you're gonna end up having to eventually run your the legendary engraving on your class engraving, and then one of the battle legendary engravings, and then go off of the stone and whatever you can get on your relic accessories, because it's going to be hard to get class engravings for cheap off of the relic accessories. So you kind of just want to that's kind of something to keep in mind, that eventually you're going to have to pop those purple books anyway to get to the legendary rarity on the when we go to like non class engraving guaranteed accessories from future content. But for now, especially for alts, like, I think for your main, you probably want to go my route, where you're just like, you just pop the purple books if you need level 3 anyway on your class engraving, so that way you don't have as hard of a time to transition to relic accessories later. But I think for alts, you should go the other route, right, where you're going you're just going super cheap, because you just want to get them kind of geared so they can do Argos comfortably, and then they can just do like, and then when they slowly get to Volton, they can just do Volton on the side to get you some extra gold and stuff. So probably for alts, that's a pretty efficient way to run it. But for I think for your main, you kind of should just go the other route, because again, you're probably gonna end up, if you run level 3 of your class engraving, you're gonna end up running the legendary version of it, because unless you get super lucky, or you're just gonna like whale out to get like 3+5 of your class engravings, or 3 or 5+3s of your class engravings on relic accessories, it's not really feasible to run a level 3 class engraving without using the legendary books, and then try to go to like 4x3 or 5x3 in the future. So that's kind of, at least that's my opinion on it. That's my take on it from what I've seen. So you can kind of just roll with it how you think about it. Because like, for instance, on my scrapper, I did that. Right, I got her her purple books for shock, and then I got her her you know, her ability stone with 6/6, and then after that, well, I think I had 6/5 actually, my ability stone. But then after that, I just worked on getting her cursed doll to level 3, and so now she's running level 3 adrenaline, level 3 cursed doll. So I think the one I'll probably go after that would, like, if I hadn't done that, I probably wouldn't have gone cursed doll, to be honest. I think I would have gone keen blunt instead. But actually, no, I think I probably would have gone cursed doll, because not everything I use will eventually use cursed doll, but well, for the most part, but not everything I use will use keen blunt. Like, for instance, destroyer doesn't use keen blunt. You just don't have enough crit in the class build for it. So but destroyer can go cursed doll if you want, because for the last engraving, you kind of go you have the option between going for Master Brawler for the head attack modifier damage, or you can go Cursed Doll for the guaranteed damage. And I think I'll probably just go Cursed Doll, personally, to be honest. Maybe in the future, when I get more comfortable with like head attacks and stuff, I'll probably go, I might reroll to Master Brawler. To be fair, it also kind of depends on the price, right? Because if I can get a good like Master Brawler Barricade Stone or something like that for cheap, and it rolls nicely, like a 9/7 or something, then I'll probably just go Master Brawler. But since I plan on using Cursed Doll in pretty much every class I play, at the very, like, for the most part, there's no real reason for me not to go purple on Cursed Doll, to use that as people's like, as like the other engraving to use. Even though eventually like what'll probably happen is I'll probably go for like when I start being able to get high enough where you can comfortably do like a 5x3, you know, 5 level 3 engravings, I'll probably go for a grudge stone, like try to like cut a grudge stone that's good. So that'll just kind of have to go that way. Also, don't forget that you're like, when you're trying to do a build, cut your ability stone first, because if you get really lucky with an ability stone cut, it could really cheapen how much you need to like buy, because like, you know, your goal is generally, you're probably aiming for like, you want the god roll 9/9 stone, right? Which is never gonna really happen for most of us, but for the most part, everybody's trying to aim for a 9/7 stone. And then if you can't get a 9/7 stone, then it's like what, like it goes like 9/7, 9/5, 7/5, 6/6 is kind of like the ones you like, that's what you're aiming for. So, or at least that's what you can work with, that kind of deal. But basically you should just cut your stones first, and then you can kind of react off of that, like, and plan your expenditures that way. Because if you say you buy all your accessories, right, and then you get a stone and you end up cutting it really fucking good, and now you just realize that, you know, you could have gone cheaper on an accessory. So generally that's kind of like the rule of thumb. That's not something I came up with, that's just something that in Korea it's like a rule of thumb they have, because it just makes sense. Because unlike the ability stones, the class engravings have like, you know what you're getting, right? Well, with ability stones, you have to cut them before you can really put the build together. So, and aiming for a specific number is a lot harder than just being able to be like, all right, I got like a 9/6 stone, I can work with this, that kind of thing. So, you know, if you set yourself up in a way where you're like, well, I have to get a like 9/7 stone to really work with whatever or something like that, it's gonna make it harder for you to cut your stones. Like, you'll have to spend so much more gold to try to actually get a stone that'll actually cut the way you want it. And I say this as someone who dropped like 24 peons on purple stones yesterday on my berserker to get him a stone that he could actually build 3/3 off of in the future. Yeah, I wasn't too happy. I bricked a lot of stones on him. I was aiming just for like a 6/6, and I ended up getting pretty good. I ended up getting a like think it was like an 8-7 or an 8-6. Like it was good. It was good for him as an alt, right? Like the actual numbers are kind of you look at them and you're like, that's kind of gross, right? And it is gross. Like it could have been better, but in for compared to what he had before, it was actually a really good cut for the rocks. So I'm not really complaining too much on it. Actually, no, it wasn't 8. I think it was like 7 something because I missed one on the. But if I'm saying he came out with it with 0 on the negative, so that's really fucking good, or like 1. So that's gonna make it really easy to like build later. But I still don't know what what I want to build him, because I kind of want to go on a limb and just build him for fucking level 3 berserkers technique, just because it's probably easier. But then if I did that, then I'd have to open like raid captain books, and I don't really plan on running raid captain on anything but the berserker. So for now, I think I'm just gonna go with my original plan of like doing like level 1 berserkers technique, and then running like, and then try to see if I can finagle like finagle like 3 supercharge, 3 raid captain, 2 spirit absorption, and level 1 berserkers technique, and we'll see how we can finagle that out. I think his stone's pretty good, that he's got enough to like work with to be able to actually try that. So we'll kind of just see how it goes, and see how lucky he gets with his own accessories and stuff like that. Because the one nice thing about playing like Mayhem or Berserker's technique is that when he starts getting those Mayhem accessories, if he lucks out and gets like a really good like Mayhem accessory, like say he gets like an earring that has like crit, Mayhem level 3 and Keen Blunt level 2, or like Mayhem and Keen Blunt level 3, like 3/3, like stuff like that, it's gonna make bank, because I'm not gonna fucking use that. That's gonna be for to sell it, because I toyed with the idea of swapping to Mayhem, but I don't know, I just like Berserker's technique. It looks cooler, you know, you go fast as fuck. I don't have to, I mean, he is slower, right? Because Mayhem has the movement speed permanently, and then you run a little bit of swiftness. So his specialization doesn't do anything for Mayhem, but I like it. It's not bad. Not to mention I can use Supercharge, because I'm running a Supercharge build on him. Even though I think Mayhem might be able to run that build too. I don't think that build is like hard stuck for Berserker's technique, but for the most part I think you don't really run it, because you take the Sword Storm with the minus 50% health tripod, which is a lot of damage. So alright, where you at? Where they at? No. But yeah, so that's kind of my thought on the on that. Glaver, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do with her, because all of her shit is super expensive. Like I basically just have to wait for for her Glaver. I'll probably have to just pop a purple book of something that she's gonna use. Like she's probably gonna be the main reason I have to pop like purple cursed doll, because it's like everything is so fucking expensive for the Glaver right now. Which means I'm not gonna look forward too much to Destroyer, because it means Destroyer's gonna be a pain in the ass to build when he first comes out. But I think for the most part everything will be, I don't think it'll be so bad, because I think when Destroyer comes out, that's probably like the one good thing of Destroyer coming out with Volton, is I think a lot of people are gonna be trying to like, everything's gonna be expensive because of the relic accessories all being new for everybody, so they'll all kind of come down together. So I don't think it's that big of a deal, personally, but we'll have to see. You know, there's not much. It also depends on how popular it is, because I think like with the changes, more people are interested in Destroyer, but I don't think. I still don't think he's gonna be for everybody, even in his current state, where you're not like RNGing cores kind of thing. I think for the most part, people are just gonna be like, okay, that's cool, and then just leave him as an alt. The amount of people that'll probably main Destroyer when he comes out is probably pretty slim. Though, I mean, he does have a taunt, so he'll be there with the gun lancers. He'll be there with the gun lancers. I wonder how that's gonna pan out. Well, I mean, I guess gun lancers, they still have like the party shield and stuff like that. But I feel like giving destroyers a taunt kind of steps on gun lancer toes a little bit, because like the biggest like things that gun lancer had going for it, aside from the group shield, was it came with like a good amount of weak point, a good amount of stagger, and a taunt. But the issue is that destroyer also comes with a lot of weak point, a lot of stagger, and now they gave it a taunt. So it's kind of one of those states where it's like, why would you bring a gun lancer when you just bring a destroyer and then just bring a support? Right? Because I'm pretty sure destroyer deals more damage than a gun lancer if played properly. Because the other thing is, while destroyer doesn't give shields to the party, destroyer gives shields to himself. So like every time you use a purple ability on destroyer, you get a 10 stacking shield that can be up to 10% of your max HP, or up to 30% of your max HP, and it's like they're relatively tanky, so you're gonna have basically, if you die on a destroyer, it's because you kind of went out of your way to get yourself killed more often than not, even with grudge, because you have shields, you have a lot of HP as the destroyer, so you kind of just have to play around with what you got. But yeah, so I don't know. We'll see how stuff pans out. I do know though, once Destroyer comes out, I'll probably end up finally pushing the Striker to tier 3, so that way he can start funneling the Bloodstone mats. So, but we'll have to see how that pans out. So I'm not too much in a rush to actually push the Striker up, because that's a lot of mats. Like, I tried getting his weapon to plus 15 the other day, and it was at plus 10, and with like a week of farming chaos dungeons, I could only get it to plus 13. I ran out of destruction stones. So and so that tells me with Destroyer, I kind of need to, like, I can't push him right now. Like, I was trying to get him to plus 15 weapon, so that way he could at least have that extra damage to clear chaos dungeons faster. But realizing how much material it actually takes to get from plus 10 to plus 15, I was like, no way. I have to save those up. I have to hoard the next like 3 weeks of materials. So because my plan is if if Destroyer launches with a Fate and Power Pass, I'm not going to use the Express mission on him. I'm just going to save the Express mission for whatever comes in June, and slowly just use that class to complete the Express missions to then get the reward at the end. Because you have to waste like 2 weeks of Guardian raids on that character, basically. If it's I say waste, quote unquote waste, 2 weeks, like roughly, it's like 12 days, I think, is what it comes out to, of Guardian raids. It'll be faster if the character has rested, right? Because it doesn't specify that you have to do it twice, it just specifies that you need to like harvest Guardian Souls twice. So if you have full rested, you don't have to waste a week. Or you don't have to take up the 12 days. It'll take you like 6 days instead or something like that. Well, no, it'll take you probably like 9 days, because you can save up to 5 bars of rested XP, so that'll let you knock off 5 days of basically, like basically it'll let you knock off a couple days, because like you'd still have to do your entries, right? So you can't just like use all of your rested in one day, so you do 2 a day, so it's, it still slows it down, but you can just do like 2 pages one day, or two, you know, do mission like 1 and 2 on one day, and then do finish mission 3, and then go do mission 1 of the other one, like that kind of thing. So it'll help you like speed it up, but it'll still take a lot of time. And even then, you're like, well, yeah, so then just have rested forehead. Yeah, buddy, that means you're wasting rested that you could have used on a tier 3 guardian on that character. And I plan on trying to get my destroyer to like 1340 on the first day, so that's, you know, 2 rested Grexion attempts. That's a lot of leap stones. So for me, it just, like, it doesn't make sense. If they give me a Fate and Power Pass with a destroyer, with how much, like, I'm saving up, it's just, it just doesn't make sense for me to do the express mission, because I won't need it if he has a Fate and Power Pass. So that's kind of like my look on it. You can kind of do your own stuff. Like, I'm not telling you this is the right way to do it. This is just the way I'm doing it. Because I also have just a shit ton of chests saved up for mats. Tier 2, not so much. Tier 2 is a little on the low side, but for the most part, for I have a lot of chests saved up that I can use and stuff like that. So it's kind of like, it kind of just is what it is. So I'm kind of in a position where I can do that just fine. Because like I used some of the Arc Pass materials to get my Glaver to 1340, but I've saved most of it. Like you'll kind of see it depending on as I complete Arc Passes and put stuff in my roster storage. But I'm gonna wait until they officially announce Destroyer, and then I'm gonna do since they'll probably be. Well, depending on what day they give us an actual announcement, right? Because so far it's May 19th is a tentative date. It's not a like official date, but I plan on doing like a final checklist the day after they announce when Destroyer is going to come out, as long as it's not like on Friday. If the official announcement for the May update comes out on a Friday, then I might do like a video and put it out, but I plan on doing like a checklist, kind of like I did with Glaver, which I think for the most part, I did that literally the day before on stream, and then it took forever for the video to process and upload and get to HD, so it kind of just went to waste. So I don't think a lot of people watched it, but I'm gonna do it again. Basically, I plan on doing that like checklist video as like kind of like a, hey, remember these are the things you can do for pretty much every character, every class they release, because I feel like even like just having a checklist to go over helps, right? Like even if you're someone like me who I have all this stuff kind of like planned out, and you know, I'm taking it one step at a time, and I kind of have stuff written down, just having a moment where I can go over it myself kind of helps. And then I think putting it in on a video format would then help other players, so who at least can watch it. So that's what I plan on doing, but that'll be like the earliest that'll probably happen is the week of May 12th, because Rox has said on the forum that they're planning for our region. Basically, it's gonna follow the other like regions where they plan on trying to do one big update a month, or at least like do like one big patch a month, which will have like most of the content for that month. So that means the chances of them splitting off Trial Guardians and Destroyer from Volta Descaluda is basically like less than 1%, which is unfortunate. I was hoping that for May they would do 2. Like I feel like with everything they wanted to add in May, that I don't know. I'm kind of the opinion that if you're gonna add like PvE content, you shouldn't release like a class at the same time. I think like classes should kind of be released on their own, with like stuff like the challenge guardians and stuff like that, because I don't feel like it's very fair to the people who've been waiting for those classes to have to like backtrack themselves, and I don't think I don't think it's on purpose. A lot of people are like, oh, well, they'll do that shit on purpose to like make you want to spend money to like progress that character. And I don't think that's the case. I just think they're like, I don't know, they don't want to, I don't know. I feel like it's just a case of they have an idea, and I don't think it's like it's a really good idea, but they're gonna stick to it because it's their idea, kind of thing. So I don't know. If I was in charge, I'd be like, hey, we're gonna do a patch like May 12th for Challenge Guardians and Destroyer, so that way people have at least Challenge Guardians for a week, and then the people who want to like play Destroyer have like a week to like get them as far as they can with like events and stuff. And then I'd be like, all right, and then the week after we'll do Vaulted, like that kind of thing. Now, is that a feasible schedule in a company that's maintaining multiple regions at the same time? No, probably not. Probably not. That's a schedule. That's a like a workload schedule that's probably better, more indicative of like the home version, so to speak. But I think it's doable. I think they could do it. I don't know. I'm just of the opinion that, like, some people go, classes shouldn't be content. Classes are content. It gives you stuff to do. Like that is like, the definition of content is to give you more things to do. That's what it is. Classes are content, whether you like it or not. So we should just be, so like, you know, because what's gonna happen, and I can already kind of tell what's gonna happen, because I think what's gonna be the thing is maybe June, July we might not see any more PvE stuff, and depending on how they handle Volton, because if Volton gets released with normal and hard mode, then there's definitely it's definitely not well, not. I think it leads more credence to my theory that June and July may be just their like release a bunch of classes kind of thing. And so and I think that'd be pretty cool. I think like, but the issue is you're also gonna have a lot of players who, I mean, I know players that they honestly don't care about the new classes that we don't have yet. Like, they're perfectly happy with what we have now, and that's, you know, that's what they want to play. And like, they just don't care about new classes. They just want like raiding to be done. And I can already tell that there's gonna be people that are gonna be annoyed if there's like patches where all it is just classes, right? But I think for the majority of the community, though, most of us will be happy that they decided to delay like some of the Legion raid in favor for releasing classes we don't have yet. So that way everybody has a chance to at least start building their characters and get going. Because like the problem is that it's hard to change mains after like Legion raids get rolling. Like after you start getting to like relic stuff, it's hard to change mains because it takes so long to get a set going. So I think for the most part, for like the community on a bigger scale, it's probably a better option to release Volton this month and release normal mode and hard mode Volton this month, so you at least give the people who are ahead something to do. Because believe it or not, there are plenty of people who didn't wail out of their minds that with all the events and all the rewards and a little bit of luck have been able to get to like 1445 free to play and stuff like that. And you might go, no fucking way. Like, yes fucking way, because you have to remember there's a lot of players who they played this game in Russia for like a year at least. So they know what they're doing. They know how to progress. They know what they know where to push. They know how to do things. So I think that I think they need to give those players something to do, because to be honest, those players are the ones that are going to be here in the dips over the players that are crying for oh, you have to split up normal and hard mode Volton. Like, fuck that noise. Just release normal and hard mode at the same time, and that way you give people something to work towards. But then just let that be the content for a bit, so you have to give people time to get to 1445 if they want, and then that way when Vieques come out, so they can like just instantly go and just go down Vieques or just go into the hard mode of Vieques. So but that's just again, that's just my opinion. That's just a random bear's opinion on the internet. So you can feel free to disagree with that. It's kind of just what it is. Because like I've seen on some streams I've popped into, I've seen a lot of people being like, "Are you seriously telling me that all we got was South Vern? Like all we're getting for like all they gave us for this update was South Vern?" And it's like, yes, because that's what people asked for. Like people didn't want Fulton right now. They said it was too soon, so we got South Burn. So, you know. So I think they need to release just the normal and hards. In my opinion. Like that's just my opinion. So well, I mean, to be honest, I think they have to. I don't think they have an option to not release the hards. Because like they plan on releasing the Chaos Dungeons with Vulcan. And I don't think they have the ability to like chop up the Chaos Dungeons. So the Chaos Dungeons would be going to like 1445, 1490 anyway. So they should just fucking put it out. Put it out and say fuck it. The people that'll cry, they'll cry and then they'll quit. They'll say the game's pay to win, even though people say the game's pay to win anyway. Like that's kind of something I think they need to understand, is that people that will cry about the game being pay to win will find any little excuse they can to say the game's pay to win. So, like for instance, you want an example? I saw someone on the forums like the other day complaining about how PvP is pay to win because he got raffle stomped. Well, he got really, well, not raffle stomped, but he had really bad matchmaking and somehow got like a gold player in his like bronze match or something. And then like I guess he's been losing a lot of matches, and then he's like, man, these people are like 1400, 1445, like PvP's pay to win. Even though like PvP is equalized. There's no way it can be pay to win. It's literally impossible to be pay to win. Like you can literally go in there with a level 28 character and beat the shit out of someone who's like 14 on their 1490 main if you're better than them. Like that's just how it is. But this guy was on the forums claiming that it was pay to win because, you know, he was just losing. And it's just like people who will complain about something being pay to win will find any excuse they can to say that it's pay to win. So they kind of just need to like put out a good game, do the best they can do, and then just like roll with it, in my opinion. Because the other problem, and I think they haven't learned their lesson yet completely. I think they have for the most part, or at least they've learned up a good chunk of the lesson. But I think they're still kind of need to learn that you can't just listen to everybody on the forum. Sometimes they have to just make their own decisions, or they need to start reaching out to like content creators who have played their game long term and are in good standing. Because they had made changes to our Guardian raids, and supposedly there's been data mines that our Guardian raid's health is actually lower, but to be honest, like I don't know if I believe that, because there's no way Armored Necrosena has like more HP than some of these like that much more HP than some of these like tier 1, tier 2 Guardian raids. Because Armored Necrosena, I ran it with it was a group of us, the group that we've been running together the whole time. And we ran it at 13, well not 1302, but we ran it at 1310. And we killed it in 5 minutes with like you know, at 1310 you got nothing. You only have like your purple engravings on the side, right? And then you're like tier 2 ability stone, that kind of stuff. Like you got nothing. So like, yeah, part of it is you got kind of better, but it's also been so long since you fought a Necrosena when you get to Armored Neck that you've forgotten like how the fucking Scorpion works anyway. And Armored Neck also has a bunch of iframes. So it's kind of like there's no way with how fast that boss dies that that it's like that they didn't do something to the HPs or the defense values or something of the lower Guardians, at least early on. I mean, it's now like I can't fight Lava Chromanium, because even with a group of people that know what they're doing, Lava Chromanium still takes like almost 10 minutes. Like that's ridiculous. Like that shouldn't take that long, especially when Night Fox Yoho over here is taking me 5 minutes in a group where like half of us are dying like all the time. Like, you know, it just makes no sense. Granted, Night Fox Yoho, you know, at that point most of us have like 3-3, and like for instance I'm going in there at 1395, stuff like that. So that could kind of skew it a bit, but I don't know. Like I just don't think it's. I just think there's something they're missing, because it just doesn't make sense. Because like I've had some really good groups when I do Lava Chromanium on my alts, or at least when I was doing it on my alts, that like I was just like, there's no way that, right, this is the last, yes, I can get my fucking pet and my weapon when I get to the, God. It's gonna take me, like, forever, though, because I've completed most of the missions. But, like, there's something there. There's something missing. Even though I think a couple of them did have, like, higher, whatever. But, yeah. There's also the point that we don't have the Makoko buff. There's a little thing on some of the other regions called a Makoko buff, where, you, like, take reduced damage and you deal increased damage up until you get a character to a certain item level. So... there's also that to take into account when you're comparing it to other regions. Which is kind of funny, in my opinion. Because everybody was like, oh, NAEU is worse. Well, NASAEU is worse than the other regions as they're, like, dancing around with their Makoko buffs. And it's like, yeah, you might want to put a bit, you know, a little bit more clown makeup on your face when you say that. But it doesn't matter. Like, I think at this point, well, because I'm just saying, like, I don't think that, tier 1, tier 2 Guardian raids should ever take more time than a tier 3 Guardian raid. To be honest, they should all be up at the same amount of time, but it is what it is. I don't think there's much else they can do with it unless, except for, like, nerfing them straight into the ground. But yeah, oh, so, yeah, I can show you the Berserker now. So this is what I'm running now on the Berserker. I almost have level 2 raid captain, though that'll go back down because, basically, I don't need... I have a... okay, 7-6 is what it was. Alright, so I was right. I have a 7-6 stone with 0 on the negative. It's such a good stone. Like, I'm gonna use this for a while. That's not getting replaced anytime soon. Unless I somehow get, like, a supercharged keen blunt stone. But yeah, so now I have level 1 Berserker's Technique, I'll have level 1 Raid Captain period, and then I'll have level 3 Supercharge. It also means I don't have to stick with these shitty accessories that I wasted peons on. Or at least this one, because this one's pretty dog shit. The rest of these are actually pretty good. And then when I get to... but this is the reason why I don't know, like, what I'm going to do when I get to the legendary stuff, because you only need level 1 for Berserker's Technique. And I have +6 here. So I'd have to drop this and put something else here. And the issue is that I don't have Raid Captain, and I'd have to, like, go to purple on Raid Captain to, like, get it to level 3. And I don't want to do that. Actually, no, I don't. I could go blue and Raid Captain, because then I would have 12, and I would only need, like, +3 on an accessory. And then I could go, I could try to just get, like two, like, a +1/+3 Berserker Technique, and then a +3/+2 Spirit Absorption. And then, yeah, that could actually work, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, I could go, like, blue Raid Captain, and I could still get 3 by... I could get my 3-3-2-1 going that way. Actually, not bad. It's actually, that could actually work out pretty good. I think today is the day of reckoning for him and Agrexion, though. Which I might just do later. I think I'll just do later, because Fridays usually I do a lot of stuff. Like, I do a lot of group content with the guild boys. So I think I'll just save all the group content stuff for when we play together later. Yeah, see, this is what I went from. I went from a 4-5-4 Raid Captain Supercharge to a 7-6-0 Supercharge Raid Captain Stone. So that was a huge upgrade for me. Now, if I could get a decent quality, like, specialization ring, that'd be great. But probably won't get it from whatchamacallit, from, what's on that? Ice Dagger? No. You probably won't get that from this. I'll probably have to wait till I do Oreha normal 1 and 2 on him again. But that I'll probably do tonight. Tonight I'm hoping that we can get, like, our Oreha hard modes done, and then do, like, our alt runs for Oreha, kind of just all in one go. We get all of our stuff done in one day. So that way, I want to try starting to do Argos on the weekends, because currently we're doing them on like Monday or Tuesday, but so far that scheduling has kind of like made it where we can't. We've had to go without our paladin, which just makes it take longer for the for whatchamacallit, for the party finder. So it is what it is. Oh, I forgot to get chaos shards. I wonder if they'll ever change that. Chaos, like having to spend chaos shards to cast your awakening. It is kind of annoying. Hopefully I won't need it this run. I don't think I will. Generally, for the most part, well, it depends on what the second map is. If the second map is too open, then it's going to be a bitch to do. If anything, it just means I'll have to, like, group... that's a little more open than I'd like. But, I'll just have to make sure I group everything together, and then, just take the extra time to kind of, like, get them all together. Like that. And make sure I'm just constantly just killing things. Because if I run out of Berserk mode, I'm going to be in trouble when the boss pops up. So I need to make sure I'm just killing everything. We keep on running, running, and running, running. I need to, like... I don't know if I've put in my extra points from 55 on my Chaos Engine build. Alright, we're good. We made it with plenty of time to spare. Nice! And the fucking... Bruh, the gold rooms have been insane. Like, the past, like, 2 weeks now. I've been getting at least 1 gold room a day, and then if I don't get 1 gold room in the day, I'll get, like, 2 the next day. It's insane. Amazing. Woo! Baby, all that gold and silver. I love it. I love it. This just... shit's fucking so good. It's just so good. I'm hoping one of these purple rings is just like a good quality specialization ring. And swing, bada 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 swing. I also wouldn't mind a like supercharged preemptive strike stone, so that way I could probably get like level 3 supercharge while I'm chaos engineering, but we will see. That'll kind of just depend on R and G, because I am not going to spend gold on that. I am not gonna spend gold on that at all. I actually, even less than the gold. If it was just gold, I'd buy it, but I'm not gonna waste the payons on that, is what I should say. So that shit is not cheap. Adoop. No, I was trying to see if I could get the last guy to spawn, but I could not. Because there is one more Rift Core you can get there, but it's pretty hard to get it to spawn. Domination. Fortunate. What's this? Domination. Endurance. Yep. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's gonna be pretty hard to get. Well, it's actually gonna be pretty hard to just get a purple accessory with specialization on it, to be honest. I've had pretty bad luck when trying to, even on the sunset scales, like trying to get just purple specialization. Pretty hasn't been easy. Also, the main reason I'm like, yo, it's gonna be super hard to get the fucking Glaver built is like anything with like Pinnacle on it, like anything with a Glaver class engraving right now. At least when I looked like yesterday, was like 2,000 to 3,000 gold at the cheaper end, and like not even like good ones, like just somewhat shitty Pinnacle stuff. And I'm just like, God bless, dude, just God bless. Bless me, mother, I need the good accessories. But we'll just see how it goes. Maybe she'll get lucky and get like a pretty good ability stone. That's the other thing is like, since I don't know what I want to build on her, I haven't like tried going for purple ability stones that she could use. So because the point is that like everything you use on Glaver, like that's actually worth using, is all like super popular shit with other classes too, right? You have like Grudge, Keen, Blunt. Like the only thing that isn't is increased mass. And even then with that, it's like people know that you want to run increased mass for like a build on the Glaver, so all that shit, even if it's on like a somewhat shitty like ability stone, like increase, because like I'm to the point where I'm probably gonna do like increased mass like Keen Blunt or increased mass like Cursed Doll, or at least that's what I want to try to do. But even then, that's still not cheap, like because people know you want to run increased mass as a Glaver, so they're just a lot of those ability stones are like $200 or $300, and I'm just like, why am I gonna waste the gold on a purple one when the legendary ones are pretty much the same price? Like they're pretty close in price. And yeah, you know, you can save on the pay-ons, but I'd rather just spend the extra gold and pay-ons on a legendary one to have more chances of getting like a usable stone than to, you know, use it on the purples and then just brick them anyway. So that's kind of my look on it. Wait for my, I forgot to wait for my angry mode bar to empty out. That way I can start building up for the next one. But yeah, so we'll see. I mean, to be fair, it's also like trying to build a Glaver right now, like when it's literally only been a week since she's been out, is probably just not a good idea in general. So that's probably also just something else. Just I think like for Glavers, you should just take it slow right now and kind of just probably sell anything good you get if it's like super good and goes for a lot, because eventually that stuff will get cheaper in the future, just with like, you know, because over time more and more people will put things up for sale, especially because like Glaver is popular, right? So there's gonna be a lot of Glaver accessories like popping around. So eventually people will just like tank their own prices themselves. So unless you're like a whale or you just really want a hardcore like main a Glaver, I'd probably just chill on it. Like keep it at like 1340 for a bit, maybe get it kind of somewhat built there, and then when things kind of like settle down on the market in the future, then kind of just get a build it. Unless you get really lucky, right? Like I'm saying, like if I get like an increased mass Keen Blunt stone, which is kind of what I want to use, or like a Keen Blunt Cursed Doll stone, which is another option I'd like to use. I'll probably like try to build it if it cuts nicely. So shit. I thought I had a little bit more time before things died. So I think it's just like, that's just kind of how it has to go. You kind of just have to like play with what you got. Alright, let's see, did we get anything usable? Tripod wise, we didn't get anything new. Heavy armor, ether, stabilized broken bone. So nothing good there either. None of the accessories rolled anything good this week or today, so that's a little unfortunate on that end of things. What missions are we going to be having done today? Oh, that explains a lot. I didn't think I was done with this yet. I was wondering why this bar wasn't increasing. Does it really take that much XP? 150, 300? Oh, it does, because I went like... Because I was like here, if I'm mistaken. Alright, I was like halfway to here. So there's like 150, 300, 450, and then like 480. Shit. I thought I still had more of this. Bruh, you just reset yesterday. Hot damn. Give me some more. So yeah, so shit, that means I don't know if I can get my weapon this week. Fuck. I was hoping to get my weapon this week. I'll have to, I think the Una tokens, I should be like done with those tomorrow, so that way I'll get another 100 XP here. That's not gonna be enough though, because I still have like 2 levels. Because I'm at level, shit, I closed it. I'm at 27, so I have 3 levels I need to go. I need to get 28, 29, and then get 30. Kind of annoying. Adventure Island will be done today, so that's 100. Life Energy, I'll probably be done with it over today and the weekend, so that'll be another 50, so that's like 250. Ghost Ship, I just did it this week, so that's not going to be usable. Field Boss, I think we have Field Boss on Sunday. Yeah, Field Boss isn't until Sunday. Yeah, so Sunday that'll be another 100. Let's see. So we have 100, 200, 250, 350 by Sunday. I need 390. Right? No. 420. I need 420, Blaze! I need 420 to get to 30. And unless like this has a level 4, there's just no way I can get that this week. So I have to wait for reset. Fuck. Or what I'll probably end up doing is I'll probably just end up spending blue crystals. Because you can purchase 100 for 50 blue crystals. Like if I get close enough for that, like if I get within 100 of like level 30, I'm buying that. Like I just don't care. But I also need to purchase crystalline aura. Yeah, how much is the currency exchange? I'm gonna buy some now. What am I at? I'm at 52. Save a little bit off the top. Save a little bit off the top. Just to recoup some of this. Just to recoup some of this. 30 days. And that's probably the bigger proponent to like trying to like if anybody who's like, man, should I get more tier 3 characters and should I gear them to like 1340 at least? Yes you should, because to get it to, if you get it to 1340, you will you can make more gold and you'll be able to sustain in the current state. You should be able to sustain the crystalline aura, because crystalline aura is just going to get more and more expensive as time goes on. because inflation will eventually happen, and like we'll eventually get to the point like in Korea it's like 1,000 gold or something for like one set of blue crystals. Like it's a lot. So I definitely suggest like getting that, like at least getting as many blue crystals now as you can. Like I wouldn't go broke for blue crystals because you still have to save for honing, right? But I would definitely build up like probably 2 or 3 months worth of the did I really? Oh, I missed because he's a little further away. Don't kill the thing. We need it for the quest, even though you're probably trying to unlock the quest. You have to kill it for the quest. That's because that's the funny part, right? Is that in order to unlock the quest to throw the fireflies, you have to kill the walker. And so if you do it now, when you know most people have it already unlocked, people are gonna be like, "Wow, what a dick, killing the sentinel," forgetting that we also had to kill the sentinel to be able to even do the quest. Oh, I didn't get to look at it in time. I was trying to see which one that one was. Because I think all three glaives, or no, I think the chosen and the preordained glaive are the same shape, but I think the harsh oath, the harsh glaive is different. Yeah, that's the chosen. Am I really gonna have to make it to see what it looks like? Oh, that's what I forgot to do. I wanted to see the other day if someone had done like like an album of what all the noble, like of what all the armor, like the tier 3 legendary armor and weapons look like, and then what all of the noble banquet weapons look like. Because I still don't know what like half the weapons look like. Oh, did I? Nice. I knew I'd gotten a couple of world tree leaves recently while fishing. Do. Pop that. Back to you. Yeah, so as you can see, this is just everything. Basically, from like here down, all of this is just saved up shit for the destroyer. And even then, I'll probably on that last week, I think I'll probably do like infinite chaos for tier 1 and tier 2 to like empty out the shop for shards and shit like that. So that way I can save those pouches for tier 3. Because you're gonna need a lot of shards for tier 3 if you want to get them up quick. Even though the new so like in Korea they got a new arc pass like with the ALGS content, and ooh man, the the berserker sword looks so fucking good. Just looks so good. I need to see if that's another, that one's gonna be a little harder to try to see what all the weapons look like for it, because I'd have to like somehow navigate through Invin and try to figure it out, but there's probably someone out there that has the has it, or has a link towards it. Maybe they found it and put it out there. Because I'm curious what the destroyer one looks like. Because like the berserker one looked really good. And then like for instance, the male costume, one of the costume options, there's like a plate armor. Like yeah, plate armor. Instead of like a fancy like outfit. Because like for instance, females, all they have are, I think it's like 3 different dresses, while for male, or no, it's like 2 different dresses or whatever, and then they get like a tiara. And then for the males, it's like you have like a fancy-ish suit kind of thing, and then you have like an armor, an actual like battle armor. And I'm like, man, See, stuff like that kind of annoys me, right? Like, if you're gonna give the males a battle armor, like, you should just give the females a battle armor, because people will like that. There will be people that use that, especially in the West. But I guess for Korea, they kind of know a little bit more to what to cater towards, so it just is what it is. All I know is whenever we get that arc pass I'm probably gonna end up buying the weapon for the Berserker. At the very least for the Berserker, because I don't know what it looks like for anything else. Fuck, I'm hungry today. Today's gonna be a good day though. I got half a chicken, half a rotisserie chicken waiting for me, and then so that way I'm gonna chop that up and throw it on a salad and call it GG, baby. Okay, I'm just double checking I did all the logins. Oh, for a second I thought like she made her character like neon green, but not she. This is the first person I've seen besides myself that took the all black costume for the female. I haven't seen very many males use it though. I've seen like a couple berserkers with it, and I think I've seen like one artillerist running around with it, but I don't think I've seen very many of the male characters running around with it. I will say it's a little unfortunate that the only way to get it in our version is is with blue crystals, because that price fluctuates pretty bad. Like right now it wouldn't be too much, but when you consider the fact that if from now on all the skins or all the arc pass skins can only be purchased with blue crystals and you can't buy them with royal crystals, it means the price of the arc pass skins are going to get like exponentially more expensive as time goes on. Ooh. Another 98 gold. So it's just like, I'm kind of just like, are you guys like, are they really just going to do that? Are they really not going to bring the royal crystal ones over? Because with the royal crystal ones, you can at least like have a chance at getting them pretty cheap when they come out. Because it's just like, I don't know, it's just like, I'm just sitting here like, man, I would not want to spend that much on some of those future skins. That shit's gonna be expensive. Do I want to plus 8 there? I don't want to get this to like, well, I can't get this level 10 anyway. Oh, so this is what they were doing. They pulled points out of this. So I was looking at Loa the other day for scrapper changes, and what they did was they pulled points out of Crushing Smite, like the level 1, and then they just changed this to focus, and they kind of just kept the same build. But I don't know what else they would put the points into. I guess they like made more things like plus like 12. So it's just like, it's like my hypothesis was kind of correct, where I didn't think the shock training was going to change at all. I have seen people trying out like, well, actually that's wrong. I saw one person on Loa who they just got rid of Crushing Smite and they replaced it with Dragon Advent. I think like level 2 Dragon's Advent to get you get the Moment of Truth with Conflagration attack, and then you can put like a bleed rune on it. But I don't know if that'll if that's actually the way to go with it. I don't know. By the time I'm slightly disappointed though that like, because like May 19th is great, right? Like it's fine. Like it's, well, kind of ish. It's still kind of the same. I didn't double click that, you bitch. Right? It's still the same thing. Like, I think I will always stand by that. Like the third week of a month being the main like content drop is a terrible fucking thing. Like terrible idea. Like, because like at that point, it's not. You can't really call it a monthly content update because you're only gonna get it for like 2 weeks before you're in the next month already. Like if you're gonna do it, you need to at least do it on the second week, if not the first. But the issue is that So like by the time we get destroyer, because like the thing I was hoping for is that like maybe by the time we got destroyer, it would still kind of be like nobody really knows what you run, so it's kind of like, you know, Wild West, and you could just, we can try all sorts of weird builds and shit in our region. But at this point, like by the time we get even just destroyer, like people are gonna know what the new stuff is to run with. So it's like, oh shit. But yeah, so there's not much we can really do about that though, unfortunately. So, because I do like the whole like trying out, like I like going to Trixion and spending like an hour or two just trying to find other abilities. It's one of the things that kind of endeared me to Glaver, is that Glaver has a good number on her blue abilities. She has a good number of choices. Like there's a lot of stuff that you can kind of just run if you like. Like you might lose out a little bit of DPS, but a lot of your damage comes more from like the red side of things because of the guaranteed crit and the crit damage buff and all that kind of shit. But it's still pretty cool. That like I spent I spent like a good couple of hours in Trixion trying to like just trying to figure out like what blue abilities I liked better and stuff like that, and like figuring out like what kind of like, oh, you son of a bitch, I hate that they have a stun. Like fuck these guys, dude. Like whoever gave these guys a fucking stun is so fucking annoying. Cause like you can't stay still. Like I got stunned out of my chain destruction fist there, because chain destruction fist is it's super armor doesn't beat stuns. See there, like I can't stay inside, like I can't actually complete chain destruction fist because if they pull that out, it stuns you, and that's really fucking annoying. Like I don't know why the fuck they gave them a stun. That honestly, like that makes me angry. Like it does make me angry that they have that like that, because like they're the worst monsters to fight as a shock training scrapper, because you have to stand still for so long on like most of your shit. So, but a lot of times, like I've gotten stunned out of a death rattle. The death rattle takes its sweet time to fucking go off. So it's just like, I just look at that and I'm just like, really? Like you have to give them a fucking stun? Like I hate getting the axe dudes. They suck. Such a pain in the ass. Well, those axe dudes, the big ogre guys aren't so bad. Because they don't have a stun. It doesn't have a well, and I think they're like the only other like I think like big elite thing that has like something that can stop you is the like the worm dudes, or like the demon worm guys, but those guys aren't so bad as the axe dudes in my opinion. Because like it takes like them getting that like big like, and even then I think it's not, I think it's just like a blind. I don't think it's actually a like a fear or anything like that though. Even then it's kind of like whatever. But it had been a while since I'd gotten them on. And like shock training scrapper is the only like class I have an issue with them, because like again, some of the biggest damage stuff for them is like, even if I use supernova, because like the max roll build is like, oh, use supernova instead of death rattle, and it's like it still takes just as long. It wouldn't solve the issue with those guys. It would not solve the issue. Looks like we're gonna be doing quite a bit of PvP today, though. We're almost done with most stuff. Maybe Friday will be the PvP day. I do know I'm kind of, so I don't know if anybody else plays it. I play like Grand Blue Fantasy. Like, I think the only gacha game I've played like super long term. I played Grand Blue Fantasy for like 5 or 6 years at this point. So it's like I played a lot basically. But this month on the 9th, we have a collaboration with Final Fantasy 11. And I've had to kind of like reel myself back in because I've been hyping it a little too much because I'm like, bro, there's so much shit they could do with the game. They could give us skins, they could do this, XYZ. There's so many like characters and stuff they could like roll with, but I don't know. It's one of those cases where you should always, whenever you're super excited for something, especially something like that we still don't know everything that's gonna come with it. Because it comes on May 9th. But it's just like you gotta kinda like temper your expectations because you're gonna have especially like with pure speculation, like you need to temper yourself because if in any case where you can only purely speculate something, you're always gonna basically ruin it for yourself because you're gonna go in there like, oh, they can do this and they can do that and they can do this, and then when they don't do like any of what you're expecting because they go in a different direction with it, you're just gonna be like, man, this event's the garbage. Oops, that's the wrong button. So I've had to like temper myself like a bit, like kind of reel myself back because like I have some decent sized expectations for that collaboration. I'm hoping for some good shit. I'm just hoping they can do a lot of stuff with it because oh, I just realized I completely skipped over the Glaver. Oh. I'll go do the Glaver's Chaos Dungeons here in a second. So it doesn't seem like almost anything I put up to sell recently is gonna sell. Because my scrapper has almost completely registered stuff. Or she's like maxed out for like registration stuff. La 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 la. This is one of those cases that kind of annoys me because everything's like so spread out that it takes forever to come to you. But then it takes forever to get like percentage for the boss. Oh shit, I aimed that a little too forward. Oh, still hit. Just the tip. I thought I aimed it a little too forward because I forget that when he charges forward, he steps back a little bit after the charge. I won't lie, the armored dog looking like animals kind of remind me of Skags from Borderlands. Oh damn it! I hate the fucking dragons so fucking much. Like 3 years to freaking get ready. Oh, roundup sweep. I'm gonna mess your resets. I miss your resets. I will miss the. Well, actually, I don't know how the changes affected the roundup sweep resets. Because they changed the tripod for the roundup sweep. I covered it when I talked about the class balance patches that went live. I think that takes like 3 years to load in. They changed the tripod for roundup sweep, where instead of like resetting like a 50% chance base reset on crit, they made it where now it has like a base 30% reset chance on hit, and it's like, ugh, why? Like, you could have just left it alone. I think it would have been fine. I think it would have been fine, personally. But so I'm gonna do the reporter round. Like I'm just gonna finish up her dailies, and then I'll go and do the Glaver's dailies, and then I'll come back onto the Scrapper to round things out. Alright. Is there anything sellable here? That could sell for a little bit. I just realized the Ambush Master book hasn't sold yet. Unfortunate. That means I got undercut to shit. Some people might want that. Yeah, I'll put it for 50 gold. Bit quality. Nothing good there, nothing good there. Bit quality, but yeah, not shit quality. Nothing good there. Critical blow. I'm still kind of annoyed that. Oh! I think that one's good. That could go for like 100 gold, maybe. Shit quality. Specialization, swiftness, keen. Ooh! That's actually pretty good. That could sell for some. Even at that low quality. Combination. Refined skill, isn't that the double jump one? Double uppercut? No, that's... Oh yeah, that is a double uppercut one. I could probably sell that for like 50 gold. Domination... Crit, swiftness, keen, blunt, and bushmaster. Maybe Mayhem Berserker wants that? It's really shit quality, so I don't think it'll sell, but I'll put it up for like 50 gold. Crit, keen, blunt. We could try selling that. There's keen blunt too with crit. That's just, and it's decent quality. Spec expertise, ambush master. That's kind of whatever. No. 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 Crit swiftness. No. Dragon's Advent. That could sell. That could also sell. We got a couple stuff worth at least trying to sell. But the problem is that I'm almost capped on her stuff for selling. Yeah, I only have 2 spots. And this hasn't sold. That annoy me. Did I get undercut a lot? Seven. Who the fuck is out here undercutting the shit out of stuff, dude? 1788. When I put mine up at 1886, like it was like I was there was only 2 more books that were more expensive than mine. Who the fuck does not want gold that they undercut like by 100? Like what the fuck, dude? This is why I hate the auction house sometimes, man. So fucking annoying. Let's see. Wait, what is this? Oh, that's just... I'll use that for mine. I don't know, I'll sell it. That's objective hit. That's really good. I swear people just don't want gold in this game. Like, I swear to God. Effect. No, okay, never mind. Not worth as much as I thought it would be. But it could still be worth the 50 gold, even though none of this have sold. Yeah, this, I didn't think this was gonna sell. No. But I'll register some of the ones I think would sell for better. That I'll let some lucky person get for like 50 gold if they want it. I don't like pricing the super shit stuff like super high. This one though, like I almost don't want to sell this. I almost want to keep it for myself. Because even with that quality, it's actually not that bad of a necklace. Necklace. Purple. Tier 3. The spec swiftness is is generally the more popular build for Glaver. And then Raid Captain Keen Blunt Weapon is what you can run. And that's Keen Blunt Weapon 2, which is what people want more of. So Keen Blunt Weapon 2. And then Raid Captain. Like, nobody has any up. I think it might go for like 200. We'll see if anybody bites. But even then, I'm like capped out. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna dismantle this one. I've tried selling it for like almost a week now, and it still hasn't sold, so that's not gonna be any good. This not selling kind of surprises me. This not selling also kind of surprises me, but I guess more and more people are getting their +2s, so they kind of don't need it. Which means I might just start dismantling the purples and just trying to sell the +3s on the legendaries. But we'll see. Even though I'll probably try reselling them again. If my Ambush Master book comes out, I'm just gonna put it back up for like 1800 gold. Like, I'm not gonna put it all that low, because like, people just don't want fucking gold in this game. I swear to God. I swear they just don't want gold. And like, you might go, oh well, 100 gold is whatever. No, 100 gold is a big deal. That's a lot, you know? It's like what? That's like one extra tap. Like, fuck out of here. Trying to cost me one tap, like the bill for one tap on one of my weapons. Oh, fortunate. Let me see. How much does it cost to, like, or not my weapon, one of my armor pieces? Yeah, like, that's half a tap. That's half a tap. Right now, for me. Because, trying to get from 14 to 15. What am I gonna work on next? Gloves, obviously, yeah. That's kind of a no-brainer. Yeah, I need to do my, boss rush tickets. I haven't gotten any more boss rush tickets, though. That kind of sucks. That's level 4. Just saving all these gems up for destroyers. That's another 3 weeks of saving, and then I can finally like put these to use. Because I kind of want to get him level 6 gems for what he needs. Because like this, I'll be combining with these to kind of like I'll open these on tier 3 for him first, and then I'll combine them with these to try to get his, like, do a bunch of level 6s all together, and then see what, and hopefully with the RNG we can get some good stuff for him. Alright, so we're just gonna do the like Una daily tasks. Well, actually, I'm gonna spend my Una tokens to buy the chest, the gold chest, but I'm not gonna open it right now. I don't like opening the gold chest one at a time. I like opening them all at the same time. But I want those Arc Pass points. Oh, never mind. I don't even have enough to buy one yet. Never mind. But yeah, so we'll just leave that as is. Right, so we're gonna start our like rapport rotation and do our Una dailies real quick. Then we'll go back and do the Glaver, and then once we're done with the Glaver, we'll come back to the Scrapper and then do some PvP for like the next like hour or so. Like 2 hours at this point, because we have a lot of time to burn. I guess I could also do like a Grexion on the Berserker, but I kind of want to save that for later. Yeah, we'll go down the line. Oh. I'll be counting on. Yeah, this Friday's a little slow. It's kind of sucks, to be honest. I was kind of hoping it would be a little more packed, but like it's just the fact that it's like it's a moke day, so like I just don't want to waste time like just sitting there doing nothing because I can't even fish at moke, right? There's no, you can't fish, you can't hunt. I can't do anything that I could actually use on my account right now. So it's just like I'd rather just go later. Wait, what is it? Oh, that's a bard. It looked so weird to me with all the colors that I was like, is that a different class? But no, that's a bard. They're using, I think that's the omen harp though. I think the omen harp is like the one weapon, the one omen weapon skin that I've heard. First, I've seen the most of, and then two, like I've seen, like people are just like, man, that's a cool fucking weapon skin. I think for the most part, for the other classes, or like I think the only other good one is like berserkers and gun lancers. I don't think I've seen any other one I like that we have in our version, more than theirs, than like those three. Oh, it's Allegro. Beatrice, Nineveh. Did the Destiny of the clan one became a god's eye and one became a sword. 500 years, it seems that fate is ready to present yet another cruel twist to their story. Without Kazaros, she wouldn't wake up. Our clan gave her too great a burden. Please protect Nineveh so she won't get hurt. I know I can trust you.
You worry
Allegro.
too much, Allegro.
Oh, here we go. Because like the interesting point is that both of them are Lazaniths. It's just that he fully lost his wings since he decided to stay. At least I'm mistaken, that's what it is. I'm mistaken, Allegro is a Lazanith. Lazanith, however it's pronounced.
I'm sure Allegro and I.
Yeah, Allegro's a Lazanith.
Return someday.
Come together, we'll see the ALGS, which Korea just got.
Please take care of Nineveh.
So that'll be pretty cool. That'll be pretty interesting once we get there, but it'll be a while before we get there. We're so far behind. We're so far behind in the regards of like getting to ALGS, but we're also like literally only finishing our 3rd month of the game being out for our region. So a little bit of patience goes a long way. Right, so that's done there. Then we go do Veiling Swamp. Get out of my swamp. Oh, that's right. When I get on the Glazer, I need to go to Anguish Isle to see if I've done that on I've bought like the leapstones on her or not yet. Oh. Sometimes, even if he's not there, sometimes you can still get the sword icon to pop up when you hover over them, but not this time. Oh, because that's why. It was kind of like out of, I guess because he's not, I guess he's considered kind of neutral. I was mousing over him there a couple times and it still wasn't changing into a sword even when he did spawn in. Yeah, because sometimes I've done it where I'll mouse around and like the sword icon pops up and I'll be like, right there he is. There she blows! Why do people never know how to like leash them? If you just go that way, pick that one up, and you come this way, you'll only kill the one pack, and then you won't cause people problems. Because like when you go straight for that one and then you run out, you can still cause other people some problems by when they attack. And it's just like it's more efficient to just go to the other one, leash those guys, and then just kill the guys there and then run back over. In my opinion, at least. In my humble, honest opinion. Really woo, really wee, really right. Look, I want to see something real quick. Skin. This is getting cheaper. Well, actually, starting to go back up now because more people are buying it, but it's still pretty cheap compared to how it was before. This is going back up now. For a little bit, this was cheaper than the limited lawmaker skin selection chest was cheaper than the omen skin selection for a little bit. But now that's kind of just gone way back up in price. I'm still holding on mine. I haven't sold it yet. Kind of like recoup the gold. The ALGS skins are starting to also recoup in price a bit. They had dropped really far down for a little bit. They were at like 2,600 gold. When I last saw them, and now they're starting to go back up to 3.2. This is around the price that I bought mine at. Mine was at like 3,099. And the main reason I bought it was because I wanted the pants and the chest piece, but both of those like combined at the time were more like I would be spending more to like do that than I like those pants. I like the platinum like skin set for Scrapper. I just don't feel like paying the pay-ons for it. You can't even get the chest piece anymore. There was a chest piece here for a little bit. Yeah, see, these are starting to come down in price, but even then, you see, like, just for the pants and the oh, I already did that one. Just for the pants and the chest, it costs as much as just buying the chest anyway. So I just buy the selection chest, or I just bought the skin chest and just dealt with it. Especially if you're trying to do the omen ones, like if you want like a specific, like for the most part, from what I've seen, depending on which one you want, it's cheaper to just get the skin chest for omen. Even still now, even though those are starting to go up in price by a decent amount, because you can't get them anymore. I forgot to see how much the weapon boxes were at.
Come on, hurry.
Shishire. We go to Shishire, then Anika, then Lutera, then up to, and then back to Punica. Then back to Punica. And then we'll swap over to the Glaver, do some Glaver stuff. I'll do the full Glaver gambit, so that includes Ingrexion. Because I'm still kind of like practicing with her. I'm still using it as practice with her. So that'll be nice. And then we'll just do some PvP, just see how it goes. Do PvP for like an hour, 1 or 2 hours. Probably mostly unranked, because I still don't feel... I'm still not kind of in the mood to go back to ranked. At the moment. Still a little salty about, like, losing as much MMR as I did. Oh, that is starting to go back up in price. I think it's like 500 gold more expensive than it was like last week. Also, just as like a just to reiterate, like I plan on doing a card unpacking segment on the 12th of May. Because that'll be the last week we get the Guardian Raid event if nothing gets delayed. And I like just like the same thing as like with the gold chest. I like to just open all of my my card packs at the same time. Like open them in like a bulk if I know I can get that bulk consistently. Do sell something I need for. Yeah, need this. Yeah, I think I need to cook it. Oh, the chef is right there. Oh, I got it just as he was. Okay, no, I was about to be like, I got it just as he was despawning. Alright, there we go. Quest, claim, and done. Like, I'm not gonna go out of my way for Shoeshire just yet, but you know, the traveling merchant, like that goes for like any of the zones, right? If the traveling merchant is there, and you know that you need and you know you need like the thing for it from the traveling merchant for like cooking, like just buy it. A little bit better that way. Oh, he got lucky with this. He got his done really quick. So I keep checking the score for the Apex LAN tournament going on right now, and my boys are they're getting it rough. They did pretty good game 2, but then game 3 and game 4 kind of didn't go their way. They got knocked out way too early. They didn't get any points for game 4 at all because they got knocked out way too early. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's just like just getting unlucky or there's just some calls are missing. But hopefully game 5 could be good, but it doesn't seem like they're gonna be able to climb very high in the land this time. Fortunate. Unfortunate. But, you know, hopefully they can still turn it around. But yeah, so we're just gonna finish out the reports circle real quick. We only have 2 more NPCs left to do our daily stuff, our daily report, emotes and songs, and then I'll hop on the Glaver, do all of her daily stuff, and then I'll come back on the Scrapper, and then on the Scrapper I'll do PvP until Adventure Island. I'm just also just looking forward to dinner. One of the nice things about like so I've kind of been managing my diet a bit more tightly recently. Um, Basically the way I've noticed I kind of eat like I react the best to like eating is that I eat late in the like for my breakfast, my quote unquote breakfast, because I eat my first meal of the day is at like 11 to 12 usually. Um, and I'll eat like recently I've been eating like a yogurt, and so like today's like lunch was yogurt with like some dried apricots, peach yogurt to be exact, and then after that it's so that's kind of just to wake my stomach up and kind of like, you know, get it moving, get gases out, stuff like that, and then but then after that it's I plan to have like a big ass salad with like half a chicken on it for dinner. So it's not like I'm starving myself. It's just that I'm letting my system wake up for it to kind of like be like, all right, this is what we're doing, and then once it's like fully wake up, then it's ready to digest food when I can just down a big ass bowl of salad. I'm looking forward to it. Been a while since I was like, I could like look forward to like eating. Also, he's gonna be pretty quick. Cause like I have this issue where like I haven't gotten it checked, and I should have probably like gotten it checked when I was younger. But I think I have that issue because there's like a sensory issue that some people have where your stomach doesn't really tell you it's full, right? So like I could feel full like in that moment, but then usually like 30 minutes to an hour later, I no longer feel very full. And then like at most like 2 hours later, I'll be like super hungry after, or I'll be like, my stomach will be like, you know, you can eat now, like you're hungry, even though like I'm not, like, you know, like I still am digesting. It's just that I had that happen to me. Like I have a feeling like that's like I have an issue with my stomach where it just doesn't really tell me when it's still like full and still doing stuff. So like I can just always eat. Cause that was the thing, you know, when I was younger, it's like the two jokes in the family is that, you know, Marsh is always hungry and he's always tired. Those are always the two things. So like, and I think a lot of that was just I was always like eating, so then I was always just because I always just felt hungry all the time, and then like my body's just always digesting, so it's never has like a rest period to like regenerate itself. So I was always like really overweight as a kid, and then like now as an adult, and like there's been more research and more information readily available on the internet that wasn't so readily available when I was growing up. That I kind of just like look through the stuff and kind of just make my own decisions and try to figure out what works for me because there is no such thing as a one fits all kind of thing when it comes to like dieting and working out and all that kind of stuff. Between intensity, reps, even certain exercises, same thing with food, like calories, the amount you eat, the like tempo you eat at. Like again, I eat light in for I try to eat light for my first meal, and then I'll eat heavy for my last meal because I only eat 2 meals a day. And then I do the timed eating also, which also doesn't work for everybody. But for me, I don't know if like the science behind it is like accurate, right? Like I'm not gonna be like, oh yeah, well it works, like blah blah blah, because you know I haven't like shed off the pounds with it either. Because like for instance, I'm not someone who just like I haven't drank soda in like 2 years now or something like that, and like for me that doesn't do anything for me. If I don't move my body and work out, then I just don't lose weight. Meanwhile, if I do work out and I like move my body, I can eat just about anything I want, and I'll still at least like maintain a body weight. Like I won't like gain weight. So, 'cause it's still all about like, you know, if you want to lose weight, calorie deficit. If you want to gain mass or whatever, you know, calorie surplus is what you need. So it's just like, you know, it kind of just is what it is. So, oh sweet. So he should be done. How much does he have? 2,700? Well, no, we just got in front of the other one, so it'll probably take another week or two. But yeah, so. But I've kind of just like, this system has kind of worked for me. The only issue now is that I have to sit here like hungry and just be like, oh, I gotta wait for dinner. And usually sometimes I'll like go and like grab a quick snack or something healthy, like if there's fruits or something in the fridge. But I kind of have to abstain, especially because like the other big thing, right, is like if you're snacking a lot is if you're someone who likes to snack, you have to make sure you have like healthy snacks to like eat, because like it happened to me where when I increased the amount of reps I was doing for my exercises, so the increased intensity, so I was burning more calories and using more energy, my stomach, like I didn't adjust my dinner amount to like compensate for that. So I was always hungry throughout the day, so I was always just snacking the whole time. And then well, the problem with that is that when I had that, the only things to like really snack on in the house were like chocolate, like, you know, just different types of chocolate, like dark chocolate, like I had Ferrero Rochers that we had bought when they were on special, like stuff like that. Like there wasn't a lot of like healthy stuff, and I started gaining weight from that, and I was like, shit, I need to buy like healthier stuff. But, like I try to make sure there's always like something healthy to snack on for when I want to snack on something, because that really goes a long way. And I'm not a calorie counter by any means, right? Like I go by more like gut feeling and gut instinct. Like, you know, I'm like, because like in my opinion, you really shouldn't like super hard calorie count unless one, you have a medical condition that requires you to calorie count, which those do exist, or two, you're trying to be like professional weightlifter, bodybuilder, MMA, boxer, like those kinds of guys. Like, you know, you're in an occupation where your body weight does matter, then you kind of need a calorie count. If you're just like the average guy, the average like Joe Schmo, or Jill Bill. I don't know what the female variation for that would be. If you're just the average person who's just trying to like lose weight or like maintain a body weight, like I don't think you really need to count calories. You just kind of need to uh kind of take the time to like get a feel for your body and like kind of communicate with your body to really kind of just get a feel for it, so that way when you're eating stuff, because like the point is that in our current like daily life in its current state with the COVID stuff, it's a little easier to like maintain that, but that's not going to stay like that forever. Eventually we are going to go back like you know, I mean, it's where I'm at and things are already going back to like how they were, where there's just a lot of people constantly going out and you're just doing all that stuff. And there's people that the way they work, they have to go, they have to fly out, you know, they have to do business trips pretty often. And it's pretty hard to count calories there, right? Because you can't really control what other people are doing and putting in your food. So you kind of have to develop an instinct of like, well, this is good for me, this is not good for me, like, you know, like this is a little too much, or you know, or learn to like take things to go and stuff like that, or order things that you can reheat later. Because like what is, I think Noom recently like had a lot of like uh also stupid little Google AI, like just because you hear me say Noom doesn't mean I on the microphone doesn't mean I actually want fucking commercials for it. But but basically what I'm getting at is that I saw something on there where there like it was a guy who he was like, I think it was Noom. It might not have been Noom. It might have been a different one. But he was like, "Oh, I've been conditioned since young to like eat everything on my plate, and like that's what makes me overweight." And it's like, no, that's not how that works at all whatsoever. Because if you like finishing everything on your plate is just like decency, right? Like just common decency. Like you don't want to throw away food. Uh, but what it is that you were just never taught how to portion, like, you know, portion yourself. Because it's like you can still order the right amount of food and clean your plate off. So it's just like you can't blame it on like, oh, I was like raised to always like finish my food, which is why I gained weight when I was younger. And it's like, no, you just didn't pay attention to like ration yourself or like order stuff at a restaurant or take shit to go. Because back when I was growing up, we took shit to go all the time. So yeah, yeah. Oh, and it's not even like US, because I've been to, well, it's not just a US problem, because I've been to England before, and in England they have certain meals where they put a lot of food on your plate. Like I would go somewhere on like the pier for like fish and chips, and like it was a big like fried fish, right? And so if you don't like control your portions on it, and you're just like, you know what, I'm gonna eat like both of these fish because I paid for both of them, it's like you're kind of just digging yourself a hole there. So a lot of it, like, yeah. So like a lot of it, I feel like it's just kind of like, if you really want to like kind of just be somewhat healthy, a lot of it's kind of more personal responsibility style, where you're just like, you go to a restaurant and you know you get a lot of food for a good deal, and it's like we don't have to eat it all there. Yeah, you can just, you know, eat some there, share some with friends, you know, stuff like that. Like, cause I did that a lot in like, well, not high school, in like university. I was like, if we went somewhere where there was a lot of food, we would like people would double up. Like we would be like, all right, you and me, we're gonna share like this meal because, you know, it's a lot of food, but we want to save money, so we would just split it. And you could do stuff like that. And if you don't have someone to go eat with, you could also just like, uh, just take it to go, right? Like just order something that you know you can take to go and like reheat. So like, for instance, I'm a sucker for fried rice. So if I ever go anywhere that I know they do large portions and it's like a Asian Chinese restaurant, I put fried rice. Like I just order fried rice because I know that'll reheat nicely later, so it's not that big of a deal. So just little tricks like that is kind of how you can kind of like stick to losing weight and stuff, or like at least stay in like that body weight that you're trying to aim for. Where's that? Did they kill it again by accident? I think it's like right here. Alright, I was wrong. It's not right there. I think they might have killed it again. But there was someone earlier who was like killing it. Yeah, that is a pretty big, that is another big difference, is the not, is like when you're not like, when you're good, right? But I feel like that also kind of like differs from person to person. Because like for me personally, like if I don't feel full, like I'm still hungry because I'm just always hungry. But then there's like I had friends who they would eat like a couple bites of their like burger, like they'd eat like half their burger and they wouldn't be full, but they'd be like, you know, I could tell that they were kind of like done eating because they would just talk more in a conversation instead of just like still eating. And it's like, you know, those, and that's definitely the kind of sign where if you're someone who you don't usually talk while you're eating and then all of a sudden like mid burger you just start talking a lot, that's a pretty good indicator that your body's telling you that you need to kind of like either wait a bit or you're just done eating for the day and you just need to take the rest of that burger home. Because the other issue is also people eat too fast, right? So like you also don't give your body enough time to tell you that it's, hey, you know, I'm pretty good here. And like that's a bad habit I also had a lot. I'd like scarf down my food in like 2 minutes. And then if I overate, you know, your body just doesn't have that time to be like, hey, whoa, slow down, you know. We have a lot you got a lot of food there. Yeah. Yeah. And even that, and I feel like part of that's also just like society as a standard, because like uh me growing up like in the US, more often than not, like in elementary and middle school especially, I'd have 30 minutes to get out of class, get in line, get my food, find a place to sit, finish my food, and then go back to class without getting like some sort of like, you know, late for class thing. Like that's not healthy. That's not healthy at all, especially for young children, because that develops bad habits of like having to scarf food down your mouth, and then now you're so conditioned to doing that, you do that everywhere, and like, and that's kind of how you just throw your body out of whack. Bruh, size has nothing to do with how much food you can put away. Like I'm like average height but relatively big build, and I've had friends, like even girls like half my size, that will eat just as much as I do, and it's just like I always hate when people go, oh, well, you're not even that big, how can you eat that much? I'm like, that has nothing to do with it, dude. Like I've seen people will pack away all sorts of food. Like it's just you can't really judge them based on size. Some people just, you know, some people just build different sometimes. And it's just like, because there's also, I've also had the opposite. Like I've had friends who are like really big guys, like guys that are like 6'4", 300 pounds, and then you see them eat, and you're like, there's no way you eat that little, and they do. It's just that they eat multiple throughout the throughout the day, and they just eat like small snacks throughout the day completely, or well, small-ish snacks. You know, they're still eating probably like a meal for like smaller people, but it's still not as much as you would expect them to eat for their size. Oh, that's pretty good. That's really good. I'm trying to lose more. I've been pretty good on like my workouts and stuff for the past like couple months. I felt a little out of whack with my workouts on like around like November, December, because my brother's family came over, and I kind of like, I have this weird thing where if I work out at home, I don't like people like in my area. That's kind of like me time. And so like my nieces were here and they're always in my room, so I was kind of just like, you know, I was like chill about it. And then it was just like, but it threw me out of whack, and I like almost completely relapsed all the weight I had lost. But now I've been able to like stick with it again. So, but it's good, like especially at that age. Shit, I don't even think my dad, when he was in the, because my old man was in the, like in the military, like they had to kick him out, so he like retired at like 60 something. So even with having to be ready for PT at that age, I don't even think he was that low in his body fat. Because my old man's pretty bad at like dieting, to be honest, even when he needs to. Which is probably why it was hard for me as a kid to like control myself, because you know, that also ties in to like your like who you eat with, and like the kind of way people around you eat also affects like your mentality on what to do. Because like I would just see my old man be like, you know, just down all of his food and then eat stuff from other people's plates. And so like as a kid growing up, you're like, oh well, that's kind of normal. And it's not like I didn't have someone who didn't, because like my mother was the type that she would eat like half her plate and then take the rest to go, and that kind of stuff. But again, you know, as a boy, you tend to look at like male role models a bit more. I wouldn't say like religiously, but like you kind of like look at them more proactively for like what to do, rather than like female role models, even if like even if what like the female role model doing is better than what the male role model is doing. It's kind of a weird thing that happens with people's brains. Is this? I don't like that move. I'm gonna change that. Oh wow, yeah. Yeah, my mother's not too much taller. She's like 5'2", 5'3" at the most, but like that didn't really slow me and my brother down. 'Cause my brother's like, my older brother is like 6'1", and I'm like 5'9", 5'10". So it's like we generally have a pretty big size on her. So it's a little, yeah. Oh shit, that's pretty good. I don't think, yeah, I'm like 5'9", 5'10", but I don't think I've been under like 200 pounds since I was like in middle school. But also just, I'm just built, like I have very broad shoulders and very like big hips. But, like I just hold weight easily. I don't even know if I want to be like below 200. For me, like 300 like is my tipping point. That's like my stopping point. Oh jeez, yeah, no, in the 6th grade I was like, I think that was like the first time I like capped out at like 200. That was the first time I broke it, but I definitely shouldn't have been 200 in 6th grade because I was really short for a long time. I was a freshman in high school at like 5'3", and then like I went to England for a Boy Scout trip where I got a lot of sleep and a lot of food, and I like got like almost a, I think it was like a 5-inch growth spurt in the span of like a month, and so I went from like being like 5'3" to like 5'7", 5'8", in one summer basically. And then from there I just grew a little bit more every year, and then I like stopped out about like, I think my like actual height when they measured it was like 5'9.5", but you know how it'd be sometimes when they measure you, it's always like different here and there. Sometimes they're just like, oh, you're 5'10", and then other places you're like 5'9". And then it was funny because like my father, who was in the military, he gets measured all the time. Like he got measured all the time. Like he's 5'10", like he's just shy of 5'10", so they put him at 5'10". And like me and my father are pretty, very, very close in height. If anything, I'm like probably like half an inch shorter than him. But some like when I went to go try to do recruiting to join the military, when I like as like I tried an avenue for life like probably about like 10 years or so ago, they tried to tell me I was 5'7", and I was like, there's no fucking way, dude, because you're like 5'5", and I'm like at least like 3 or 4 inches taller than you, like without my shoes on. Like there's no way I was like 5'7". It cracked me up though, because like my old man never let it go either. Every time he'd see me, he'd be like, what up, 5'7"? Like, shut up. There's just no way. But yeah, it's always weird how different places can measure you so differently. Because at the same point, when I went to go get like my state ID, they tried to tell me, I was like, oh shit, sorry, that was like the auto mod. I thought it turned it off. Oh, that's what it is. Never mind. Sorry about that. It was I changed from Streamlabs recently to Stream Elements, and like apparently, even though I disconnected Streamlabs from my stuff, like the bot is still like super overzealous on like stuff. So I guess I have to look into that a bit more. I apologize. That was definitely not intentional. Even it's like, what is it? I think someone like I think like a week or so, like a couple weeks ago, someone got like Streamlabs was like, oh, you can't say the word fuck, and it's like, Streamlabs, I say the word fuck all the time. Like, come on now. So yeah, right. So it's just like, oh man. But it's just like, I don't know. I guess I have to look into it, because like there's like for Streamlabs, it's like it has a thing on the website where it's like disconnected, and like I went and I did that, but I guess it didn't like tell the bot the command or something like that. So if anything, I'll probably just tell the bot to like fuck off and just ignore shit. Where? Oh, right. Where is? There we go. But yeah, it's not bad. So do you play Lost Ark? I mean, assuming you play Lost Ark, you're watching a random guy play Lost Ark on the Twitch. Even though I was talking about like nothing that had to do with Lost Ark for a solid like 30 minutes there. Oh, swap stance here. Sure. Oh, holy shit! What server are you on? Because like, I play on Carta, and I think I've only had at most like a 1,000 man server or queue back in like at launch for like a week. Oh yeah, that's it. That's like NAOS, like super heavy server, isn't it? Like that's where like everybody pretty much is, like streamers and everything. Or at least the streamers that play on West are there, I think. They're all on like Mari's. At least Every time I hear about someone who plays on NA West, they're like, "Yeah, I'm on Mari's," and I'm just like, "Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah." It'd be nice if the bots could like fuck off, but that stuff that's so hard to do with like free to play games. I mean, shit, it's like World of Warcraft, and like they have a huge bot problem from what I understand, especially in Classic, which is why I always find it funny when people are just like, "Why is there still a bot problem?" I'm like, look, if there was an easy way to solve bot problems, like World of Warcraft still wouldn't have a bot problem. Like a free to play game where all you have to do is make a Steam account and spend like, what is it, like $5 or something to get trusted, is it's definitely it's definitely not gonna stop bots. Like you're just gonna have to kind of like deal with it. Even though I should thank the bots because of them we have engravings on the Guardian Raid event now. Engraving pouches, which I think they might have added anyway when they were gonna extend it, but I kind of needed the blue and the purples a bit more, so I guess I can thank them for something. What do you usually play? Like, what do you main? Well, I guess like main or play or whatever. Because I have like, I main a Shock Scrapper at the moment, but I have a Berserker, a Glaver, and a Deadeye at tier 3, and then I have a Striker at tier 2. And then I have a Warrior that's been sitting there on the login screen since like the first month, waiting for Destroyer to come out, which will be next month, hopefully. Hopefully. Put that in. Oh, the super fire guy didn't come over. Come on. Oh. I keep forgetting I like have that as a combo now. So it has like 2 slices on it. Yeah, I feel like that happens to a lot. I tried Paladin in like the CBT and like it was funny because the higher level I played it, the more I disliked it. Because like when I played it for the first like couple days on the CBT, I was like, oh, this isn't bad. This is pretty good. And then like as I kept getting him higher level, I was like, I hate this. Like, get me off of this class. Yeah. Luckily, I have a buddy of mine who he likes Paladin, so he kind of like does that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Supports are they're not cheap. They're definitely not cheap, and you know it's bad for the support players. But I don't mind because that means every time I get a good support ability stone, it goes for a lot of gold. But yeah, no. That's why I always find it funny when people say like for new classes, I've seen a lot of people be like, oh, they need to give us like artists because if there's more supports in the game, like, you know, more people will play supports. I'm like, first of all, that's not how that works, like at all whatsoever. Because if that was the case, then there'd be a lot of healers running around in like World of Warcraft, and there's not. People just don't like playing supports. But second of all, it's gonna be super expensive, right? Like it's technically probably even with how expensive it is to build Glaver at the moment, since it's kind of like the new thing, it's probably still cheaper than building a support all the way up. Granted, at the same point, myself included, I tend to, at least, well, I can say for myself, I tend to have like lower like expectations engraving wise for like supports. Like if I'm looking at a DPS for like phase 2, phase 3 Argos, I'm expecting you to have like at least most of your engravings done. Or at least like 3x3, like or close to it. Because most people I run with, we all have 3x3s. So, but for supports, I'm like, do you have the right stats? And do you have like level 3, or at least like your class engraving? Yeah, all right, cool, let's go. Because I don't have the choice to be picky with how rare they are sometimes. But I mean, it's also panned out because I've had some. We did Argos last week, like me and a group of friends, and we pulled like 2 bards, and one bard was like, they were 3x3 on their engravings, and they had right stats. And then we had another bard that we pulled at the end. We were like, well, we just need like one more bard or one more support. And then it's like, he had like, it was quote unquote worse, his engraving and stats, but ironically enough, he was like a better bard player than the other one. So it was kind of just like, you can't really, like, engravings aren't always indicative of like how good a player is, which You know, it's kind of how it is, but it's kind of like the only stopgap you have when you're pugging. Yeah, for Glaver, you'll probably have an issue, because, like, a lot of Glavers, like, you don't really have, like, a cheap option as a Glaver for engravings, like, and, like, people know this, because, especially if you're running Pinnacle, which is the stance swapping one, like, everything you run's expensive, because it's Grudge, Curse Doll, Keen Blunt Weapon, increased mass, and then the level 3 of your class engraving, like, and everybody knows this, so it's not cheap. And because like most other classes, you have at least like one cheap DPS engraving you can kind of like, you know, cut corners with currently, because you don't need to have like Grudge for the content we have, but it's still not easy. If you're trying to go for a 3x3, especially on a Glaver, the best thing you could do right now is it'll be hard to do it pre 1370, but once you get to 1370, it's actually somewhat cheaper, because what you can do is, since every legendary engraving every legendary accessory you get is guaranteed to have your class engraving, right? You can kind of just farm that yourself. And it's like, so like what I plan to do on my Glaver is, once she gets to 1370, I'm gonna drop the double purple class engraving that she's using right now for a like purple, probably like a purple Keen Blunt Weapon and then a purple something else. And then just try to get an ability stone with that, and then just like try to get 6/6, and then just get five accessories with +3 class engraving, because you can kind of farm that yourself. Oh, control style. All right, so then you have a cheaper option there, because like with control you can run adrenaline as one of your options, which is actually pretty cheap in comparison to everything else you have to run. And because like it helps out with like generating the crit. So then you could do, basically you could still do that, and then you can do like you could probably go like Adrenaline Curse Doll if you wanted. And that's what I do on my Shock Scrapper right now. Like, so my Shock Scrapper is, she has level 3 Shock Training, level 3 Adrenaline, and then level 3 Curse Doll. And Adrenaline Curse Doll stones are actually pretty cheap. And since you need to kind of like make up for the crit you lose that you don't gain the buff from swapping back and forth, Adrenaline's just a really safe option. And you can run it at level 3 if you want. So and that could be a relatively cheap way to do it. Or ambush could work too. Because like the point is you're kind of going to need adrenaline as control, because you're just not going to have enough crit. And well, you're going to need adrenaline if you're going to want to run Keen Blunt. Like, you can't run Keen Blunt without adrenaline is the thing. So you could go like, I guess like Ambush Master Curse Doll if you wanted. That's another viable route. Or Ambush Master like Raid Captain would be another good option. No. Ambush Master adds damage. Back attacks add crit. Ambush Master only does damage. It just makes it so your back attacks deal more damage. That's all Ambush Master does. Back attacks in general have a yeah, I think it's like a 10% crit added when you successfully back attack with them. But the issue is that in order to run Keen Blunt Weapon, you need at least like 60% crit. You need to be critting at least, like having 60% crit for that to be a DPS increase. So you're going to be hard pressed to get it, because you'll have the 10% crit from back attacks, then you'll have the 25% crit from if you go 5-piece preordained, right? I think that's 25%. And then you have you'll be going like crit heavy. Yeah. It's gonna be hard to build anything right now for Glaver, because it's only like the first week, so everybody knows like, oh yeah, that too, like not even being able to log in. I hope they get something done. Like, I don't know what they would do though. Because like that's why I avoided like a heavy server. Like on NA East, I knew everybody was going for like a Xena and stuff, so I chose Carta, because Carta was kind of like a medium to low pop server, so I don't have, because we have bots on Carta, but it's nowhere near as bad as like a Xena on NA East. Because like a Xena's kind of like the mega server for NA East, even though I think it's split with another one. So like, and then for NA West, because y'all have less servers than NA East, right? Like you don't even have as many as we do. I think it's like half or something like that. So you don't even have like all that many options to spread out to, for players to spread out to, even if they wanted to. So it's kind of like, it's just, that's weird. That is kind of weird. I mean, not weird. That is kind of like a rough situation to be in. You kind of, there's no real winning there with it. Because like the worst part, right, is like they ban all the bots, but then the bots just like remake themselves. Because like I feel like because they did a big ban wave with the when they did the Glaber thing, uh, and then the issue is that when they did that, all the bots just came back, so all the leveling was kind of a pain in the ass. Uh, the problem is that's not feasible. Because like, what are you gonna do if someone like I know people personally who play this game who have like a name that I'm like that would be a bot if I didn't know it was them. And so like how would you do anything if they're like auto running somewhere and they walk away from the computer? Because like I do that. If I know I'm gonna like have to go in a straight line for a long distance on a map, I'll auto run and then I'll walk away and I'll go get like water and then come back. If someone like checks me, quote unquote checks me at that moment, like they would think I'm a bot because I'm not doing anything, or I'm like running into a wall because I walked away. Like it's that's the thing though. It's not really all that simple to kind of deal with bots. Because like if again if they had a way to do it, like no MMO would have a problem with bots. It's just like the only way like I think like it's Korea, from what I understand, and in Korea, it's kind of like I mean, but again, you say this, but I've seen like I've seen a line of people where they're going in a straight line, like to either like a fishing spot or like going somewhere, and they'll be like stacked on top of each other, and then slowly, like one by one, they'll leave. Like maybe they're individual bots or something, but it's just like I don't know. Yeah, well, I mean, but yeah, but that's the point is that like even Korea, even using because Korea, the way it is, it's like you don't necessarily need like a social security number. The thing is you need a Korean phone number, and then for that you need a social security number. But the issue is that even with that in Korea, they ban like I think it's like 10,000 bots a month or something like that. Because even though they're not as obvious as over here, they're still trying to bot because it's free money, basically, for them. So it's still a problem there. It's just not as bad as over here because it's a little harder to do over there. So none of these are gonna be good today. No. Yeah, that is true. That is true. Yeah, because we do see some pretty big dips. Like, it's always fun. I can always tell when the bots are kind of back because like again, my server is kind of like a medium pop server, so it's not like it's nothing too crazy. And then I always know the bots are back because it goes from being like good to just busy, and I'm just like, well, the bots are back in town. Yeah, see that's what blows my mind. The fact that there's only 7 servers for the West and there's what like 20 servers for the East? I think something like that. Like I'm kind of curious like why they like what made them split that. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. All right, no, it's 15. 15 servers for NA East. It's still like double though, like what you guys have, which just doesn't make sense to me. Because I think that's the reason why if you look at like the server stuff, like you'll have busy on like almost everything for NA West, but not for NA East, and that's because we're more spread out. So the bots like the servers aren't as heavy load. Well, that's true until you remember that a lot of like NA West like players are playing on NA East because apparently ahead of time they knew that NA East was going to be like the place to be. Because like I've seen a lot of streamers who stream this game and they live in California and they play on NA East. Like they don't play on NA West. And it's like I personally don't understand it. Like I feel like that kind of I don't know, that kind of defeats the purpose then of having like localized servers in those areas. Granted though, if you asked me, they should have just put all the servers in like central to kind of like put it, I guess, more even, if that was going to be the case. Oh, I forgot to do the rare ones. But I don't know, like I don't get it. Yeah, but I don't really think that's the That's the only thing. Because I mean, you could still stream like, well, I mean, you would think it would be the prime time, but to be honest, like I have a friend who he plays at like 8 or 9 in the morning over here before he goes to work, and he's like, the queues take twice as long as when he gets off work later. Like I don't know if that would be because like for instance on my server I can still kill Moke at like 2 in the morning, which I have friends on another server that they can't kill Moke at like 6 p.m. when it's prime time. So, but I don't know if it's just that. I think it might just be that it's like, there. I think because like we knew ahead of time there'd be more servers on NA East, and I think like they kind of like, I don't know how they found out because I heard when it was the CBT, it was still like, I already heard people going, there's gonna be more players on NA East, and I'm like, how do you know this already? Like, is there some sort of like website you guys use or something? Like, I don't know. It was a little. I didn't know where they got it, but I know that's what led to a lot of people going to NA East because on the internet everybody just kept saying that everybody's gonna be playing on NA East, and so I think maybe that's why they didn't do as many servers. Because I know there's some people that they still play on NA West. Granted, most of them are like Koreans that play on our version, which is funny, like ATK and like Zeals in them. But I don't know. Like for me, I play on NA East because I have to. I don't really have much of a choice in the matter because I'm central, so there's no central servers, so I have to play on NA East. It was either NA East or NA West, and I knew more people that were going to East, so I just went to East. Even though I think I know one person who plays on West, but they moved to Cali recently, so that's probably. Personally, I still think it's dumb that NA East and West can't like play together. At least like for like queuing services stuff, like you know, like Party Finder and matchmaking. But I also understand that it's also because like the game's system wasn't really designed from the ground up to handle that sort of thing either. Oh, I got 2 of the same one. Interesting. Because like I think we're the only version that has multiple regions. I think everybody else is on the same like region, so to speak. Even if it's not necessarily the best idea for some places. Yeah, I'll take that one. I don't know. I hope they can do some more changes to it. I'd love to be able to play with like people on NA West. I feel like that would really help a lot of stuff out. Though, to be fair, if I had to choose between them adding a system that lets NA East and NA West play together and adding a system that somehow magically made bots fuck off, obviously we'd choose the bots. Because that would be much nicer. Oh, your queue's almost done? That's good. Hopefully you can at least get something done. Oh, that's gonna be rough. Yeah. It's close. It's close. Maybe they can kick 90 bots off real quick and you can get at least like your Chaos Dungeons done or something. Or your wife calls. That's always terrible. That's one of the things I don't complain about for being like single with no children is I kind of can just like sit here and it's kind of like, is there something important I have to go to? No, then sorry, I have to Lost Ark real quick. I'll get back to you. Oh, really? For work? Or like family or for what? Let's see. Alright. Work? Oh, wow. Yeah. That'd be pretty rough. Oh, wow. I don't know if I could do that, to be honest. I get road ragey in the passenger seat, let alone if I had to drive like for a living. That's crazy. Does she do like? Is it like for like delivery or like what? Because I think like I mean, the only thing I think of for driving for a living would be like trucking, but there has to be other stuff. Yeah, yeah, I would like. I barely have enough patience, and I would just be like, it'd tilt me so hard, I'd probably start trying to run people off the road. Oh, semi? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Truck, yeah. People that can do that, tip my hats off. First of all, you know, they're the ones that keep things, you know, in stock, but that takes a whole nother willpower to like be able to like drive in a semi truck, especially because like, especially with like the way I've seen people drive around semi trucks where they act like they're normal sized vehicles. I'm like, people, those trucks can't stop like very fast. Y'all need to calm down. Like, y'all are making it dangerous for both you and them. Like, wait, did I do both of mine? Yeah, it does pay good. It does pay good. That is what I've heard. That is definitely what I've heard. I had originally planned on like doing a welding job a long time ago, but shit just never lined up for me. So then I ended up trying to like get a job like working on PCs, only to be told that what I specialized in was a dying industry, and so now I'm trying to see if I can make streaming work a little bit. Because the only other skill I've developed over the years besides welding and computers is playing video games. So hopefully this can at least get something. Even if it doesn't, I don't necessarily mind too much because like I like it. But it would be nice if it could help pay some bills. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, yeah. My build's starting to get like that. Especially because like if you future proof, I would say it's probably even worth like to spend more, even if you try to budget a bit, because of that. Because especially at the speed things are kind of like developing in gaming. If you don't spend a lot of dollars now, you're gonna spend a lot of dollars in general anyway. Because at the speed at which like computers become outdated to where you can't even run like anything new is pretty fast nowadays. Like, so it was probably even just a smarter decision also to like spend a little more money to get some nicer stuff, so that way you can get a couple more years out of it. Oh, cool. Oh shit, oh shit. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's solid. That is very solid. Yeah, I built mine like about 5 years ago-ish. No, maybe a little bit more than that, like 6 years ago maybe. Because I have like one of the early Ryzens in it, and then I have what is it, RTX 480, back when that was like newer, which is starting to show its age. Like I kind of need to like replace that with something else, but PC parts are a little expensive. I have some money saved up. It's just that, you know, due to COVID and then people scalping, like, oh shit, too late. Hasn't been easy to get parts to replace, even though those have been coming down recently. So maybe I can snag a good deal here in a bit. Oh yeah, yeah, you could. Yeah, an upgrade was definitely warranted with that. All right, Agrexion, I'm gonna need you to chill the fuck out. Yeah, before I built this one, I was using like rebuilt like HP and gateways and stuff like that for gaming, which was not the best. Not the worst, but not the best either. Wouldn't really suggest it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. When you get your CPU to 100, that's when you really start like going, ooh, I should probably do something about this. Because that's why I like just straight up built a computer. I was like, I've been using like these like pre-built from like whatchamacallit, from like Best Buy computers, and now like I forgot what game it was. I think it was like, I want to say it was like Guild Wars 2 that made me be like, I really need to get like a new computer. Oh, Wilson. Wow. That's a name I haven't heard in a while. Wilson. I still don't know what to think about that game. I own it. I've played it. I've beaten the story. I can't say I'm overly impressed with the with what they did with it personally. But that's definitely one that would definitely push your like at least like early Wilson for sure pushed like even well-built PCs to their limit. So it's like having a pretty rough. Yeah, well, it fell short, especially because they just had all these issues, right, lining up, and so instead of spending time like cementing what could have been a really good game, they were spending all this time trying to like fix problems, and then it's like they kind of just missed that like window of opportunity, and now it's like I don't know if they can recoup. To be honest, I'd like them to. I'd never argue for a game I already own to get better, but I don't know, like the changes they have, like I'm still kind of like, it's all right. It's nothing crazy. Yeah. Yeah. Well, especially because you have Lost Ark, right? So that kind of fits a bit of an ARPG niche for some people. And then you have like Diablo Immortal, which even though it's designed for a mobile game, it's probably going to be fun to a certain degree for most people. And then you have like Diablo 4, probably in the next like year or two. If they don't like completely overhaul themselves at some point, they're not going to have anything. Yeah, they're not gonna have anything. Yeah, yeah, D4 is pretty close. We've been waiting this long for it. I'm hoping D4 is nice. I like Lost Ark and all, but I also like having like an ARPG that you can just like grind and like just do stuff. That doesn't have like weekly lockouts. Yeah, same. Same. I never played D1, but I played D2 a lot back in the day, and then I played D3 more than they had any right for me to play, because D3 was pretty rough, let's be honest. Yeah. Yeah, I like I don't mind the, you know, the go, and like the lockouts and having to be efficient, but yeah, like you're saying, like just being able to have the option to just chill out and just be casual and like, you know, maybe skip like a day or two. That'd be nice. That wouldn't be bad. Oh wow, really? Oh shit, that's commitment. I played Diablo 3 pretty much like pretty heavily until like I'd say the second season, because by the time they introduced seasons, I was kind of already done with the game. And then I played it on and off. I've played it on and off since, but then again, I haven't played it in like 2 years at this point, I think. And that's probably because I also haven't been in a big ARPG mood, to be honest. I don't think I'd be playing Lost Ark this much if it didn't have MMO elements. Oh, is it meh? I heard a lot of people were kind of excited for this one. I don't remember for what thing though. Oh, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. To be honest, I don't even know what this season is. I think it was like something. I think I heard something about you can get like set pieces going faster or something like that. I don't know. Like nobody I know even plays it still. The one guy who played it somewhat normally, he kind of like hard swapped over to Path of Exile, which is a game it's too much. There's too much shit in Path of Exile for me to like. It hurts my brain try to learn that. Yeah, for real. Well, I think what really kills Path of Exile for me personally is you can't really experiment very easily because it's very expensive to like redo, and sometimes you just straight up have to just remake your character depending on how far you've gone in. And one thing I liked about like Diablo is that like, you know, you can kind of just, well, D2 was you know, it was harder to kind of like remake your character. It still wasn't as much of a pain in the ass as it is for Path of Exile in my opinion. Like it's just I don't know. Path of Exile, like I can see the allure for some people, but for me it's like I yeah, it's a bit too punishing on your build. Especially because it's like your build just dictates everything, and you don't even know if your build works till you get through the story and then get to maps. And I'm like, bro, that's so late to kind of like figure out whether your build is worth like sticking with or not. But I mean, that's also just because, you know, different things for different folks. Like I I generally lean more towards like, I don't know, I'm a firm believer of like it shouldn't be that hard to like reset your character personally, in my opinion, for stuff like ARPGs where you have a lot of options. But there's other people that they think that, you know, you should kind of be you should be stuck into what you do, and it's just like, you know, that's I can see the draw to that because it forces commitment, but I think with how varied like MMO like ARPGs are nowadays and how many systems they put in place, I don't think that's really really healthy to kind of like do. But I do know a lot of people like more of those older style stuff. I mean, shit, if people didn't like older things, like WoW Classic wouldn't have been as popular for as it was when it came out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's definitely one thing. One thing I don't mind of the change is of like games in general, kind of like not forcing you to be hard stuck in a build or something that that you were in, because I feel like a lot of people forget that a lot of times the reason systems were the way they were back when we were first playing them, you know, back when games first started coming out and being more popular, is not because that was a design choice. It was because like that was literally the only thing they could do. That was literally the only thing they could do. So getting hard stuck into those things is a little I feel like it's a little short-sighted, personally. Oh shit, was that 4 pheromone bombs? I think that was 4 pheromone bombs. Yeah, I think that's one thing that like Lost Ark does really well, that you have like the tripods and then it's like free to like swap between them to try it out. Granted, tier 3 tripod armors kind of makes that a little difficult, but at least you have like time to like play around and figure out which ones you like. Or at least I did. And then you have like Trixion, even though Trixion needs some help, but come on, get up, get up, get up, get up. Oh, shit. I need to get better at that perfect zone. I keep missing that way too much. Oh shit, I didn't push that early enough. I was trying to get back in there to parry that, but I keep forgetting that I have a parry as a glaver. And actually end up kind of busted parry at that. That is kind of like the one thing that takes some learning. Is like having to react. I mean, I can give you a quick like run for how it works for like you're talking about like the armor levels, right? Like for the tier 3 stuff. Because I have a fairly good grasp on it. I could give you a little walkthrough for how it was. I kind of did a little bit of it earlier when we were talking for the tripods. Which, speaking of, I need to go and like save my tripod, so it'd be a good little thing to chat about. Yeah. So the tripod system, like the upfront like obvious part is right. So like as you do tier 3 chaos dungeons, you get armor that drops that comes with tripod levels. So as we know, and it's a +1. So when you get a +1, your skill will be +2 in its scales. We all know that much. The really quick rundown is anything level 1 has a 100% transfer rate. Anything level 2 has a 30% transfer rate, and then level 3 has a 15% transfer rate. And then we don't have it yet, but we'll be getting level 4s, or +4s, sorry. That's a bit of a confusing part. Is these say level here, but really what they mean is +1, because all your tripods start at level 1 naturally, and then they go to 2, to 3, to 4, and then to 5. So the way it works is you have so level 1s are 100%, level 2s are 30, then 15, and then I think plus 4s are 10%. They're either 5 or 10%. I don't remember. Depending on how much gold you have, the smartest thing to probably do is don't get too attached to the way you have things set up, because you can have up to 3, right? So like, the really big thing to do, especially once you're in like when you're in blue gear, because blue gear only drops +1s, is you want to try to get as many of the +1 tripods as you can to like fill out all your armor. And so since they're 100% success rate, it's like 1302 to 1325 is a really good time when you're doing chaos dungeons to try to get all your tripods in that you're looking for. And I'll show you where to like track them. As you can see, these say the tracking. Like I have a little thing here, so anytime like you see this icon that I have on like my weapon and armors, this is telling me, this little colored in one, that these armors have tripods I'm tracking, and I'll show you how to do that after explaining like this part of the system. So yeah, so if you're in blue, now is a really good time where you want to check, like you want to track these, and I'll show you where to do that. So that way you can get up to 3. Because one thing I didn't understand when I first got to tier 3 is I thought that the rarity of the item dictated how many tripods you could have on that item, but they don't. You can have 3 on any, like they can all just hold up to 3 regardless of what rarity. So you know, if you have like 3 separate blue items and they have 3 separate tripods, you can just come to this system, and what you'll do is you'll choose the slot you want it on, and then you'll have over here, it'll show you the gear you have in your bag or in your storage, and you'll choose the one you want to then move the level over to move that over to the piece of gear. And that's kind of how like the transferring system works. And so for level 1s, they'll be 100%. It's real easy. Level 2s, like on some of these, really give you a really big like damage boost. So you really want to like at least prioritize the more damaging ones that you want. And for that, like Maxroll is a really good spot. If you haven't been to it, maxroll.gg I think is like the website. They have really good guides, and they kind of give you really good suggestions on like what to track and whatever. But the second, and probably arguably the more important feature of the skill transfer, is this inventory system. Because this inventory system, if you don't use it, when you transfer from blue to purple and then from purple to legendary, you'll lose all your tripod armors. Because when you transfer gear at the honing guy, the tripod armors don't transfer. The only thing that transfers is the plus marks, basically the +10s and all that stuff. That's the only thing that the honing guide transfers over. So if you want to keep your tripod armors, the really important thing you need to do is every time you add stuff, as you can see, I kind of been slacking on it, is you need to go over to the inventory side, and you need to take your pieces, and then here you see save to inventory, and what this will do is it'll save it to this inventory slot right here. And then the big thing about this is, so you remember how we were talking about that like level 1s are 100%, then level 2s are like 30%, and then level 3s are like 15%. Any inventory change is always a 100% change. So if you can have like 3 level 3s here for the helmet, and when you put these onto a piece of gear, it'll always move those level 3s from the like it'll copy over the level 3s in your inventory over to that new piece of gear. So you no longer have to so you're only playing the RNG of transferring when you're transferring that one skill over. Now the caveat being that whenever you put the inventory tripods onto a piece of gear, it then binds that piece of gear to you. So you can't basically you can't just make a shit ton of good like tripod armors and then sell them on the auction house. But what it does let you do is that copying the tripods does not bind the armor to you. So this is kind of a little trick you can do at higher levels, when you can buy and then you don't have to start over. The only reason you'd have to start over is if you wanted to change your build, because then you'd have to regain the tripods that you want. But once you save it to inventory, as long as you don't accidentally overwrite them, because another thing to note is if you're someone who in the future maybe you want like a chaos dungeon build, like tripod set, which you kind of really don't need, to be honest, but if you wanted to for whatever reason, you have 2 tabs you can do. So you can have 2 separate like tripod builds going. Caveat to that being, you have to be very, very careful that you don't accidentally overwrite one that you're like keeping, right? So probably not something I would suggest doing unless you're really good at like keeping track of that sort of stuff. And I, for one, am not, so I don't do that. But a trick you can do, yeah, if it's definitely something they don't explain too well. So I can see where it would cause issues, especially if you only maybe been like going from blue to blue and you're like not paying attention, because tripods have a huge impact on your damage, like well on your abilities in general. So like we'll go down to like red dragon. Well, actually we'll stick with like, since you're doing control anyway, so you're in blue, so we'll do red, like, you know, raging dragon slash. Awaken goes from 57% 0.5 to 65%, from 2 to 3. You know, like that, and that's just flat free damage that you have, that you don't have to do anything else, you know. And then it also gets added onto with your bonuses from your engravings, from your from your stats and all that kind of stuff. And like, yeah, actually, right, no, you're right, it's a 7.5% increase. Yeah. So it's like it's a, and like it might seem like little, but it's actually a lot, because all that stuff stacks up, right? Because especially because you're running ambush master, and ambush master at level 3, if I'm mistaken, gives you what, like an extra 25%? Yeah, 25% damage. So now you're, you know, it's a lot of damage. And then for like paladins, it's a lot of support that you're missing out on, potentially, on a lot of your stuff, especially because I don't remember the tripod, because like I don't remember all the paladin tripods off the top of my head, but it's a pretty big deal. A big way to make this really easy on yourself, because one of the more pain in the ass things is if you don't know about the system, which again the game itself doesn't really like upfront explain it very well, is the first thing you want to do when you get on your tier 3 character is go to your skills. Go to your raid, whatever raid build you have, because that's kind of the more important one out of that you want to like have built. And in the middle, there's this little button here called settings. So the game does a really shit job of explaining what this does. This is how you get the icon on the armors. So this way, you just come into these settings, and you'll have these little like tripod-looking icons under all of the tripods now, and you can select which ones you want, up to 48. Caveat being you can only equip 18 at a time. So to be honest, my personal suggestion is kind of only do 18-ish, at least starting out, because you might, you know, it could cause issues later on. But here, for every one of these selected, now every time a piece of gear drops in Chaos Dungeon, or when you craft a gear for Legendary, it will then tell you if it crafted or dropped with a tripod that you're tracking, and then it won't tell you if that piece has that tripod if you already have the tripod of the same level or higher equipped. So like if you have like say level 3 flurry expertise, if a level 2 flurry expertise drops on a piece of armor in the Chaos Dungeon, it won't show with this symbol. I mean, you can tell the settings, like in the in-game settings, if you want to keep tracking it for lower stuff, but by default, it won't tell you. And this is a very easy way to just like, to do it. All you do is just go to your combat skill page, so K on your keyboard, and then in the middle, down there's settings, and that's how you get to this page. And then the way you select them is you have to click the icon underneath the tripod for it. So that way, and that's how you tell the system that these are the tripods you want to track. Yeah. So this is a very, very good system, like amazing. The fact that they don't do a very good job of explaining it, or I think they don't like kind of force you to learn how to use it, is kind of a bit of a shortcoming, but that makes this like so much easier for when you're grinding. So like, and then once you get that set up, you kind of just set it, forget it, and then just carry on with life. And because like, and like the other trick you can do, right, is so you won't be able to do it if you're still in blue. Like you, like I don't think, let me see, I think you have to be, I think 1340. From 1340 onward, you can start selling tripod armors, because you won't get actual equipable armor pieces you'll get broken armor that has tripod levels. So that's something waiting for you once you get higher item level. But you can sell those. And what that lets you do is not only is it a decent way to make gold, because you can sell some for like relatively good. Yeah. You can also buy gear for let me put this at tier 3 because I don't feel like doing it. So you can buy the tripods. So, and this kind of ties back in, and as you can see, this will also track, right? It'll tell you like what pieces of gear on the auction house have what you're looking for, so you don't have to like individually go one by one. But what you can do is, and it's probably something worth doing more for legendaries than it is for purples, is you look for one of these that has multiple, right? So you look for something that's decently priced, that has like multiple of the engravings that you're going to chase, and then what you can do is you can buy that piece of gear. You'll get that piece of gear. You can then come over here and you can take that broken piece of gear, as long as, but I'll add the caveat at the end. You can take that piece of gear. You can save the tripod skills to your inventory, right? Because we talked about it earlier, saving it to the inventory, 100% chance. That's why you try to get like 2 or 3. And this is why also like legendary is kind of like where you want to do it, because that's when you got the +3s. And then you can do it again later with relics for the +4s. But you get a couple of those if you can snipe one at a good price. You save it over to your inventory, so you get a bunch of like, 2 or, you get a bunch of +3s. And then you can turn around and resell that broken armor piece back on the auction house and hopefully recoup your money, as long as it still has trades available on it. So that's a very neat little way to kind of, for free, quote unquote, build your tripods once you get to like a higher level. Because you won't really be able to do this until like, you won't be able to do the selling part to like 1340, but you can do the buying part once you get to like 1325, because that's when you start getting purple gear from the Chaos Dungeons. But I don't really think 1325 is worth it, personally, because you're going to get a lot of +2s. Especially because it takes a while to get to 1370 from 1340. So you'll have a lot of time to get your +2s built. But basically, that's a little trick you can do to kind of like save some gold once you start getting higher up. And but the caveat to that is you have to make sure that whatever you buy has like trades left, right? So this one you can see on the actual, you have to hover over it, but you can see on the actual item, it says Glaver exclusive, bound, and then it says can be traded 3 times. So basically, if you plan on reselling it, you need to like pay attention to make sure that it doesn't say is bound when bought, so that way you can resell it and kind of like recoup your gold. And for the most part, most of these are getting aren't getting like resold because they only have one, right? So generally, but that's a little trick you can do. You can buy one that has like 2 or 3 tripod armors you want at +2 or higher, and then kind of like save that to inventory, then save that, then copy and paste that over onto your actual gear, and then resell the tripod armor and try to make that gold back that you spent on buying it. And that's a neat little trick you can do. I personally haven't done it on my scrapper because she's gotten pretty lucky on stuff, but I think by the time you get up to like legendary stuff, it should be pretty like good price. It should be pretty cheap, but you can still kind of like make it back if you don't want to like spend too much. So that's another neat little trick that the system doesn't really teach you, that I picked up from watching like other people. These are all that could have been worth something if it had a better secondary, well, second engraving on it. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, that's one of the main reasons I kind of like wanted to try the like streaming stuff, because I like to research a lot of my games, and I know there's a lot of people that either don't have the time or the patience to do it. So yeah. All right, cool. I hope you have a good talk with your wife, and hopefully you can get some stuff done on Lost Ark 2 today to help you on your way. Glad I could help you out though. All right, so we got this. All right, so we're gonna go over here. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Save these, save these. That one over. This one here. Move these over here. These. Okay, that should be everything on this character. Right? Guild logins. Luna dailies done. Chaos dungeons done. Yeah. That should. Did I grab her weeklies? Yes, I did. Good. Alright. So that means we can go back on the scrapper, and I have a decent amount of time to do some PvP, so that's gonna be fun. That's gonna be very fun. Right. So that loads over. Let's see. Alright, so now we're gonna get to do some PvP, because I need to try to at least get my level up. Because I've been slacking on the PvP side of things. A little too much. Which means I also have to put my good luck overlay up. Because every time I PvP with this overlay, apparently I get some pretty decent luck out of it on my matches. Or at least, like, I play a little better, so. Alright, so I don't think I've done the guild login with this character yet, though. Nope, sure didn't. I still hope they kind of, like, whatchamacallit, do something about the camera, because I really hate playing in Force 21/9. To be honest, it's almost, like, a little detrimental to me, because sometimes it's so small I can't tell, like, what moves some of the character. Well, not all. I think really only Deadeye and Gunslingers I have the problem, because I have a hard time telling when they're doing dexterity shot, or when they're doing whichever one is the one that they drop grenades behind them after they do the flashy backwards jump. I forget what it's called. I play a fucking Deadeye and I don't know what it's called. Well, actually, I don't know what it's called because I don't use that button. I replaced it with something else in the Chaos Dungeon build. But yeah, so I feel like for specifically, well, I think the sharpshooters and Deadeyes are the ones that playing in Force 21/9 kind of makes it a little hard for me to tell what they're actually trying to do it. But hopefully we can get some, at least some good matches going. I kind of want to try to get to Ultra 10 this week. It's kind of the goal. To then get to Supreme 1 to try to get more, probably the following week. Because I don't know if I have it in me to farm like 28, no, 31,000 PvP XP, but it does go a little faster than what I expect. So we'll kind of see how it goes. I can also do Fever Time on the weekend to get more XP and coins, but we can see. I just need to PvP more because there's only one way to get better at PvP, and that's to do more PvP. And I kind of been avoiding it after I like destroyed my MMR like 2 weeks ago. But also means I just need to spend a little bit more time on unranked, kind of like polishing up my combos, because I kind of don't have my combos. My combos are a little all over the place. I kind of forget like almost mid-fight what I need to do, and I don't pay enough attention to my shock bar. Well, actually, to either of my bars. That's one of my real shortcomings right now is I tend to find myself without resources to use, and that's because I don't pay attention to when I'm using too many of one ability type, which is one of the other things that makes Scrapper kind of hard to do in PvP. Not to mention, I don't use my death rattle defensively enough. There's a couple situations. I use it a couple times to catch people off guard because I put super armor on mine. But um, for the most part, I keep forgetting that I can use it to get out of sticky situations. And I kind of always just save it for damage when I should be just using it. Like, if it can keep me alive, then I should just use it to keep myself from getting knocked down. Oh, did I not change that? I just want to change that to that tripod. We should be able to secure a kill here at least. Missed that stun. Back it up. Ooh. Oh, I jumped into an electrocution there. See, like, that's kind of what I was talking about earlier. I have a hard time, like, telling when that's gonna happen. At this, like, aspect ratio. Oh, I dodged into that. Oh, shit. I griefed myself into that. Alright, like, I literally am just not seeing anything today. I think I caught all three of them, though. I did. And I'm leaving. Was able to secure a kill there, so that's good. Oh, shit. I mean, I had to go in eventually, even though I had, like, no health, but I probably could have played that a little smarter. Let me see. See that move right there, that, like, that, the little explosion move they do? That's the one that I'm like, I can't never tell when they're gonna do that move or when they're doing, like, a dexterous one instead. Also, I need to work a little better with my team with trying to get, like, not pushing stuff out of their combos that they want. Because I am pretty bad at doing that sometimes, where I kind of don't respect what they're trying to set up already, and it's just like I sometimes kind of ruin what they're trying to do, and that's not good. That's definitely something I need to get a little better at. Kind of like understanding what they kind of want to get done. That was a good read on the sorcerers, though. I think I caught one of them. Alright, first buff is active. I just want my dodge is off cool down there. That's worth. Don't care. That's what happens when you get greedy. You get punched in the face. That was a little touch and go there at the end. They almost could have pulled that back. But you gotta play that fire sometimes. Yeah, we did really good this match. Even though I think I could have played better still, but I know I messed up our Sork's combo a couple times by knocking them out of what she was trying to do. Or like knocking them down too early. So that way they would flip out when she had some pretty good setups ready to go, but we were still able to kind of like control the stuff. So, and that's what I need to be kind of doing more. Like scrappers can pump damage. It's just that it takes a lot of work to kind of like set it up. Okay, I did save it. Why is it not? Maybe it is. Maybe it's a graphical bug. Maybe that's what it is. Because usually the red means that I have blood hunger on, but I swapped back over to single hit for the damage. Here, maybe I need to do like this. Alright, let's see if that fixed it. Because I was still doing the red punch, and the red punch is, I was trying out what it would be like, because it has like a 50% chance to put a bleed on the target. And I don't think that's really worth giving up the, like, just the straight flat single target damage, because Roundup Sleep is actually devastatingly strong in PvP. A little bit more than people kind of, like, give it credit for. They tend to, I see a lot of people not respect the Roundup Sweep until it kills them, and then you're just like, well, you probably should have respected the Roundup Sweep. Because, being equalized, to be honest, like, all classes are a lot squishier than you'd think in PvP. Unless you're like a warrior class. Well, no, even berserkers are still pretty squishy. It's just that they have a lot of super armor to get out of things. But yeah, it's just rough. Just rough. Though we'll see how the next couple matches go. I think I'm gonna do another like 2 or 3 matches, and if I'm feeling it, maybe we'll try a competitive match. But no, I'm gonna resist. I'm gonna try to resist. Like, I want to get back into ranked to kind of like rescue my MMR, but it's a long climb up, and I got plenty of time left. So, if I'm mistaken, they said the season was supposed to go about like 6 months or something like that. So there's no real rush yet, because my bare minimum goal is to climb out of bronze, which should be doable. Especially because, like, with the later I wait, the more experienced players should get pushed out of bronze, which then means I should have people more or less on my like playing level, to then like work my way through. So there's no real rush yet. I'd like to get to platinum if I could, if it was at all possible, because I'd like to get to platinum for the mount. But all right, this is gonna be a bit of a hard fight. But that's definitely a bit of a pipe dream in my current skill level of PvP. Maybe when Destroyer comes out, because I do plan on like hard swapping over to Destroyer. Maybe that'll give me a bit easier time, because I keep feeling like I'm trying to play the Scrapper like a warrior class. So we got some Supremes in here. What do you got? What do you got? To be honest, I'm not a big fan of the Arthitine arena. Mostly because I don't like the whole chicken thing. I feel like if they're gonna do an arena with like chicken, like all of the arenas should have something like that. Alright, that's still doing a that still has like the red graphical thing. I don't know if that's just like a visual bug or that's actually like what it's doing. Shit. I won't lie, it slightly annoys me that like Earthquake goes through super armor, because it's a little strong for how much range there is on it. Especially because I think berserkers can put super armor on their Earthquake. But ooh. Yeah, no, I'm just gonna run away from that. Yes, I was. Oh, yeah. Shit, 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 shit. Nice, 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 nice. That was a good fire play. Nice, 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 nice. That was a good fire play. He could have gotten me there. I kind of fucked up a little bit. I kind of fumbled at the end some. And then, but he kind of got a little, like, greedy. You really think I'm gonna go after the chicken while it's there? Like, I don't care about dying, but I just want to, like, set something up for my team. Ah, yeah. Yeah, berserkers are real hard to, like, get away from. Because they have a lot of, like, jumps and leaps and dashes and just a lot of things they can kind of, like... Right, she ran back into that. Wait, what? What knocked me up there? Alright. So his berserk mode kind of went to waste. He popped that with like no health. And then he popped it with no health instead of holding onto it, which is what he should have done. And because now he has nothing to work with here. Ah. I'm getting like 2v1. Oh, what? Oh, he had the immunity up. If he didn't have the immunity there, we probably could have killed him. Nice, nice, nice. We still pulled it out in the end. Definitely fumbled a lot more on that match than the previous match. I'm not too happy about my performance there. I had a good outplay in the fire. Yeah, I didn't deal anywhere near enough damage. A lot of it is because like I have a hard time facing berserkers because I tend to get a little too aggressive with them, but that's just because I don't feel like there's ever a moment that that I can like fight a berserker without him having something for me, right? So like a lot of times they have a lot of like super armor, or they have just like they have two forms of earthquake between mountain crash and sword storm. They have super armor on probably about like half of the buttons they can push. Then they also have their berserk mode that they can use to save themselves and stuff like that. So I find berserkers are kind of like my weakness. Berserkers, Deathblades I feel like are everybody's weakness, but berserkers are definitely the one class that I'm like, man, I still just don't know how to like counter you. And it's a bit rough, but again, the only way to kind of like get better at you know, fighting berserkers is fight more berserkers. Hopefully find a way to counter them. Or well, at least counter them with what I can do. With what's within my control. But that's why I kind of that's a good thing that Unranked is for. You can kind of be a bit more YOLO. Kind of see what works. Because in ranked I'm definitely way too passive. I need to be more aggressive, but it's hard to find that level of just being just the right amount of aggressive, because if you're too aggressive, then you're feeding because you're just diving too far into it. And then if you're not aggressive enough, you're like not doing anything. You're not helping your team at all and stuff like that. So it also just makes it a little more challenging for it adds another layer to PvP. It's why I like PvP. It gives you something different. It makes you use different parts of your brain compared to like PvE. And even though, I mean, granted, in PvE and Lost Ark also kind of like makes you stay on your toes because everything's so fucking random. But it is, I think it's part of the charm. It's definitely part of the charm of PvP, of like facing other players instead of instead of just facing an AI kind of thing. So what do we got here? All right. Scarz, please. Place 24. 34th. Yeah, they didn't get enough points to climb back up. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Hopefully they get a bit better mojo tomorrow. Alright, what do we got? What do we got? What are we working with here? Oh, cool. Double death blades from the same server. Well, this is about to be a pain in the ass of a match. Fighting death blades so much. I hate fighting death blades. They suck. We're just gonna have to like. I think my win condition here is protecting the sorceress. I think she's the only sorcerer. She's like our kind of our win definition here. It's just kind of like try to keep her alive. I don't know how it's easier said than done against 2 death blades and a shadow hunter though. All right. Yep. Yep. Ooh, her like Axel beats my stun. We're gonna open with this, kind of like, but they stayed inside of the awakening for that. But we already lost our Sork, which is a problem. All right, but we cleaned it back up. Nice, 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 nice. That's good. That's good. That's very good. All right, we gotta play a little bit more passively than we gotta do, like as a team. Because like they're coming in with like full health and things off cooldown. Just gonna go play in the fire a little bit. Damn it, the amount of hit stun they have in here is like insane. Oh shit. Right, she's running Cruel Cutter. We've been able to at least punish them on some of their more aggressive like engages, but that's only gonna go for so long. He's gonna stand on top of her, kind of like give her some space. Oh shit, right. I forgot that Shadow Hunters have that. God, like there's just so much juggle and like super armors that like I can't do anything. Or at least that's what it feels like, right? So the only thing I kind of have to like play around with is like oh, that was a good read. That's not what I should have gone in on. Yeah, you go over here and you stay there and you think about life. Yeah, but our win condition is definitely the sorceress. She's kind of like the one kind of keeping us from getting completely destroyed. Because she has range and all that, but it's like a knife's edge right now. They can easily just bring this back. kind of just trying to buy time for the Ward Dancer to deal with that, which was the goal, and it's what we achieved. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. I'm pretty sure my battlefield score is probably pretty low there, because I went for a couple of cheeky death rattles here and there, but I spent most of the time trying to just set up the sorceress and giving the War Dancer space to do what they do. No, okay, so we still did a really good contribution because we got involved in like at least over half the kills. But yeah, but that Sork was definitely the play. That was definitely the play, was to kind of like protect her and set her up and give her options to kind of get set up and drop things. We also had some good outplays in the fire because that's something that like I don't see a lot of on most other like usually when I play like unranked or even ranked for that matter, is people just don't use the fire defensively at all. The fire does not kill you. It cannot kill you, and it deals percentage damage based on how much HP you have. So the less HP you have, the less dangerous the fire is. But it is very dangerous to it is very. It's a nice little place if you're really low health to kind of like retreat into, but it's a very dangerous place to kind of like charge into, and you kind of have to like stay on your toes and play back and forth pretty good. All right, we have a Glaver, Scrapper, Ward Dancer, and then we have a Striker, Berserker, and me. All right, so it's kind of the same thing, right? Our goal is to kind of like set up situations for the Berserker to just pump damage, and then like, or like just follow up on the Berserker to kind of like give him space if need be, so he kind of can do stuff, and then maybe protect the Striker if we have enough time to spread ourselves out that far. So we shall see. We shall see. So you'll see how this goes. Cheeky Glaver up here. Oh. Alright, so I can't use that on the Glaver, okay. Getting some damage out there. Just trying to stop the Glaver's advance. That's one of the things I like to do with the with the supercharged or the super armored death rattle is, if you're fighting a war dancer, they like to use Call of the Wind God, and then you can kind of knock him out of it because like death rattle has a bit of a knockback on it. But this is shit. I was trying to use the death rattle. If I'd been able to get the death rattle off there, it would have been fine. But we were able. All right, so we could. I kind of fucked up the targeting there. Kind of trying to regroup with my team. Nice, nice, nice. Oh shit. I thought I would survive that, which is why I kind of contested her for it. I should have like just walked away, because since she didn't have dodge, there was nothing she could have done. I thought she would keep chasing me, so I kind of like. Oh. Freeze. That was a good freeze. That was a good freeze. Oh, like everything's on fucking cooldown. Everything was on cooldown, honestly. Every button I wanted to push was on cooldown. I couldn't see them from that angle. I still took the damage from jumping over them. That's one of the big things to remember is that, like, leaps are just glorified charges in this game. Ah. I was trying to, like, wave them off, but that was really good. That was just a straight up brawl the whole way through. That was actually really fun. I like those kinds of fights. I like when they get, like, nitty gritty, dirty, just get in there. Just you know, just everybody just bumps up and just starts whomping on each other. That's always great. When you can just unga bunga, those are great matches. When you just like cut your brain off and just like unga bunga. All right, stuff should start expiring. Oh, oh, oh. I thought stuff was expired, but stuff sold. Even though that's not necessarily good because what sold was what I put up today, which means nothing else is gonna sell probably. So, but I'll probably put it up for sale later in the day. Because usually stuff sells more on the weekends than the weekdays. As more people are, you know, more free time, they can do their abyssals and stuff, and their get gold and spend gold. Alright, see, Shadow Hunter, Sorceress, and me versus a Glaver, a Bard, and a Berserker. Glaver, Bard, and a Berserker that are all on the same team. Likely, like, pre-made, so. This could be potentially pretty rough. I think I'm probably just gonna have to spend the whole time trying to chase down the Bard. Because I don't know if I can actually protect anybody in this, facing, like, pre-made. The Sork is kind of our win condition again in this. But we have a Shadow Hunter this time, so she'll be able to at least like provide support from range depending on what build she runs. We need to wait for them to come to us. Ooh. Oh. Catching people. Yeah. I kind of just need to like, I'm trying to just make space for, keep their like Bard away from stuff. Because like, if we can make space and kind of like isolate their Berserker, it'll go very far for us. So I got caught in that finish strike. Okay. The Bard ran into my, I got caught up in there, but the Bard ran into my... Well, everybody always underestimates the range of Chain Destruction Fist. That last explosion is definitely bigger than people expect. We kind of need to disengage. We gotta disengage until those shields come off. I reacted too late on the thing, but Oh, the stun. Mm. Yeah, we have some good reactions to what they're doing, but it's still kind of hard. It's rough. I've kind of been able to kind of just keep executing my plan of trying to kind of like just isolate the bard in a corner and get a. Alright, so damn it, I got caught in her thing. Hate bard stun, dude. They're so annoying. They're such a long range stun. Nice. We were still able to pull that one out. Oh man, it was a little touch and go there for a little bit. When we evened it back up. When we evened it back up there, when it was like, what was it, like 5-5? Woo! That was spicy. That was a little spicy. Yeah, basically, me and the Shadow Hunter kind of had the same idea. We kept chasing down the Bard to kind of stop her from kind of doing stuff. I got a little concerned there when the Bard was able to get her ult off, her awake. Well, not able to, but when she got her awakening off, because it gave really big shields. But when she did that, I kind of noticed that out of the corner of my eye, she was the Berserker was pretty low. So even with the shield, he still kind of died. I should have enough time to do one more match. Yeah, especially if it's this quick. All right, I should have time to do this, so then we can just jump over and still make it in time for Lagoon to get our pirate coins. If I'm mistaken, if I remember correctly off the top of my head, Warpay is the gold island this week, or not this week, but today. Oh come on, I needed that fast queue. Yeah, Fortpay is the gold island if you need it. Tranquil is for card packs. I'm not gonna risk it. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to instead do boring stuff like go and do my my guild weekly on another character, because I like getting those done early. We'll do it on the Glaver. I'll have to move her over to Punica and prep for the Lagoon Island, though. Uh, Like, I want to do more PvP, but I kind of don't want to miss Lagoon, because, to be honest, like, this is only the free time I have to do the Adventure Island. If I don't do it now, I probably won't get it done today, because I mean, I'm probably gonna do a lot of like dungeon stuff with my buddies later, so kind of gotta take the time that I got. Oh, cool. Get my blue crystals real quick. Not you. Currency exchange. We got some blue crystals. That's definitely something that if you have the gold income for, I would suggest grabbing like enough blue crystals to maybe be able to get 1 or 2 months of crystalline aura, because blue crystals are just gonna keep getting more expensive. Because unlike the unnatural spiking of blue crystals in the first month or so of the game, the current rate of increase for blue crystals is a much more gradual rise, which would basically point towards this is like blue crystals are starting to inflate. As more people get more alts into tier 3, that means they get a lot more gold, because you're going from just having one 1340 character, you go from only being able to make like 500 gold in tier 2 if you do all of Arc of Annihilation and all of Gate of Paradise, to all of a sudden at 1340 you are making what is it, like I think it's like 1500 gold or something like that on that character. 1600 if you go, well actually technically you can make 2000 because you don't lose Gate of Paradise gold till 1370. So you can technically be making 2000 gold for every 1340 character you have in it. So as more players get more alts in tier 3 and get more access to at least Oreja normal, those prices are going to keep inflating, because the people selling the royal crystals are going to know, like they understand that people are getting higher and higher, or getting more characters, not necessarily higher and higher, but getting more characters in tier 3, so they're having more gold be available. So it's just how inflation goes. It'll just slowly increase, and because like I think just in the last week alone, it's probably getting close to like 100 gold. No, less than that, like 60 gold, I'd say probably. I know it was like 440, I think, last time I looked, which was like sometime last week. So you know, I would suggest if you could afford it, definitely try to squeeze in some blue crystal purchases here and there, so that way you can get that stuff. You can get, so that way you don't, like later on you're not gonna be like, oh shit, I can't afford the blue crystals to get the crystalline aura. So because, well, being able to get crystalline aura with blue crystals is fantastic. It also means it's gonna get more expensive, because it's not like a flat it's not a flat gold cost. So alright, did I buy everything? Okay, I did it on you, which means it was probably on the Deadeye that I didn't do it, because with how much I have of stuff in stock currently, is that what I think it is? No, not just their Chaos Dungeon stuff. I thought for a second that was the noble banquet weapon for Deathblade, because I still don't know what that looks like. Because apparently, I guess like I mean, to be fair, Deathblades are probably like the one class that have like a lot of like in-game weapon models are really nice. Like they look really good. So I don't think they're too much of a rush to skin over those. I'm up for like 100 gold though. Yeah, triport. Over here, we'll do about like, we'll get a couple fishing lines in before
No, straighten your fly light.
we're getting it done. Ooh, there's just a lot of people fishing today. Uh, we won't have too much time here because I'll need to leave at the. I'll have to start sailing over at the 55. I think that's a Berserker gear, no? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a Berserker gear. The Berserker stuff doesn't look too bad. I think out of all of the like default, like all the armor sets I've been able to see for the tier 3 legendary ones, I think so far I would say Berserker and Gunlancer win so far from the ones I've been able to see. Most people have some sort of skin on nowadays, so it's hard for me to see the see what it actually looks like for most classes, but from the ones I do see, I know, well, Gunlancer for sure, like I plan on making a Gunlancer eventually, and if I ever make one, he's probably only going to be in full Chosen set, because it looks so fucking good. The color scheme that they have for it, because it's like all black with like some gold highlights. The weapon itself looks fantastic, because it's like the gun lance, it's like black with like gold, and it's got like a red glow on the end. Like, it looks so good. It looks so good. The Scrapper armor looks kind of garbo in my opinion. Bits of it aren't too bad, like, I like the pants, because they kind of match well with the Noble Banquet chest piece that I chose. But for the most part, it's, I don't like the way it looks. The gloves look bad, the shoulders look bad, the helmet looks bad. The weapons are, like, barely passable. The only reason that the weapons are... Also, I fucked up by not repairing my fishing rod, so there goes my buff. The only reason the weapons are even, like, considered passable is specifically because they are the same weapon model as the Platinum Founders skin. And as far as I can tell so far, they're the only weapon model in the game like that. At least the Chosen one is. I don't know if the Preordained set looks any different. Because the Chosen one is basically just a recolor of the Platinum Founder skin weapon. So that was a little disappointing, but at the same time, it's not a bad weapon model. It's just a little disappointing that it was a reused model, because that kind of devalues the Platinum Founders pack, right? Like, part of the reason you bought a Platinum Founders pack is that you wanted some like exclusivity with it, but because like, and the double caveat is if the icon that Maxroll uses for the Scrapper is of any indication, apparently the armor itself also like has a like, they reuse that for one of the armor models. I don't know if they did that for any other like founder skin, but I'm like, that's kind of, for me that's great, because that means I can get it for free, because I like the way the Platinum Founder skin looked for Scrappers, but I wasn't about to drop $100 on it. Even if I had the money for that, I'd probably just buy the gold and just go buy another video game instead. Alright, so we're just gonna head over to Lagoon. Lagoon Island, again, just to kind of like reiterate, is very, very good, especially today, because it gives pirate coins, which you can use to get more mats. And then you can get a purple wealth rune from Lagoon Isle, which like, and from what I can tell, I think it's about 100% like a guaranteed drop, because just about everybody I know and I've seen do Lagoon Island for the first time have always got the purple wealth rune. But basically that purple wealth rune is really good, because that's like the highest rarity wealth rune you can get until you get the Omnium Star one, which that's a slow process of RNG. But you use a wealth rune on Glaver, Striker, War Dancer. I think Sorceresses use it too. I think maybe Deathblades use it also. I'm not too sure all of them. I know for a fact the Glaver, the Striker, the War Dancer use a wealth rune. Glaver, you use it on your red stance to kind of help you swap back faster to the blue stance. If you're doing a swap build. If you're not playing the Pinnacle build, if you're playing Control, then you don't need a wealth rune, because you don't use the meter at all. but it's still kind of worth doing just for the pirate coins. So the wealth rune's kind of like an added bonus. And Lagoon Isle is very easy. It's just a boss fight. You just fight a boss. That's it. Nothing too complicated. And if you are 1340 and have cleared South Vern, Lagoon Isle is literally just right outside of South Vern. So it's a very easy, fast and easy to get to. If you're like me and for whatever reason you have two characters that have already cleared South Vern, but you want to do it on a character who hasn't cleared South Vern, i.e. Mike Glaver, the closest spot is from Tunica. And if you don't have anybody in Tier 3 whatsoever, you're kind of just fucked, and you kind of have to go all the way from either Vern or Rohendel. Whichever one has less slow down hazards, which I think is from Rohendel. Yeah, your best bet would be to just go from Rohendel, because Rohendel, basically the ocean is just, there's no hazards between Rohendel and Lagoon Isle. While if you go from Vern, you have to go through Mermaid, and then you have to go through the stormy seas. The Mermaid's the worst one, because that Mermaid level has a chance to like stop your boat from moving, so it becomes a little bit of a pain in the ass. Hey. I think one of these days I need to buy this boat skin. Actually, I would have bought it already if it wasn't for the fact that I can't hide the boat skin, and I like the way the S-Stock looks more than the whatever the hell that one is called. I forget what the name of the actual skin is. To be honest, I like the way the ghost ship looks the best, but I'm too lazy to build it, and I already bought like the sailors for the S-Stock, and then I have most of the sailors for the Astray already done, already like saved up, so I just have to get the Astray now, because I have Legendary and Relic Baraka. I have Relic Black Fang, and then I'll get Purple Black Fang from when I finish her rapport later future. And then all I need to do is just go get my hands on Wilhelm, and I'm pretty much set for him, and I can zoom across the open seas. But I don't plan on spending the pirate coins, because that's like 300,000 pirate coins you need to get the actual, like, just to get the boat itself costs 300,000. Then you need, I think it's like 120,000 for Wilhelm. And then you needed I think it was like 22,000 sun coins to get Relic Baraka and the item that you need to trade for Relic Blackfang. So it's a pretty steep investment to go for the Astray, so I'm definitely not in a rush to get it anytime soon. Especially since I plan on maining Destroyer, and Destroyer is due in 3 weeks, roughly. I want to save as many pirate coins as I can to kind of just buy out all the materials I need, should I need to buy more, to get him to at least 1340 on the first day. Also, if you're doing Lagoon Island, there is one Makoko seed on this island, and it's really kind of like hidden far away. The way you do it is you need to have completed the entire quest line of on Lagoon Island, which involves you going into a cave. And once you finish that quest line, you then have to come over here, because it's, again, also the way to get there is like nowhere near where the Makoko seed is. It's kind of like way out there, and there's no indicator either. You have to come here to this pile of straw, like on the floor, and there's not going to be an indicator. Like, it's not on the pile of straw. You have to kind of like come off of it. But once you finish the quest line on Lagoon Isle, you can jump up here, and then you go all the way up, and then you get the Makoko seed at the end. And that's how you get the Makoko seed on Lagoon Isle. So, in case you wanted to get that. So, it's just like, because I see a lot of people who don't know, like, you know, they do the quest line, and they're like, how do you get the Makoko seed? I'm like, well, it's over there. You just go to the straw pile, you run around a bit, till you find the jump up icon, like the jump up prompt, and then after that you just call it good. That's Northern Lawmaker with some omen stuff. I think, is this the harsh, or is this the other one? Not you. Alright, I'm trying to look at the paladin. Oh, that's what the chosen helm looks like. That is hideous. But the armor doesn't look terrible. Chosen, chosen, harsh, chosen. Yeah, he's starting the harsh transition over. For support, he's pretty solid. Pretty solid. Though his accessories are kind of all over the place. That's another big thing that people fall into a trap to. I see a lot of people they go really heavy chasing into the into the engravings, and like they have really shit stats, and they go, oh well, I'll get better stats later. If you play any sort of class that at all, really, you cannot sacrifice one for the other. You have to get both. Especially if you're playing a specialization class. Especially if you're playing a specialization class. All classes are like that, though. Like, you really need stats to make them work. So you can't really sacrifice them, but then you also really need engravings to make them work. So you can't sacrifice those either. But the case being that it's just that you gotta you just have to like accept it, you know. And kind of like what we were saying, like, you know, I know supports, it's expensive, but it's gonna come to bite you in the end. Like, you know, like right now people aren't too sticky, but when we get like harder content, like people can't afford not to be sticky, especially once you start doing the hard Legion raids. The hard Legion raids have a very like strict requirement for stuff, so I'm just gonna wait for my thing to line up better. So you're kind of just setting yourself up for failure if you don't kind of prep for it now. With the mentality of like having it. Oh, I thought I could get out of there fast enough. Rude. I think this looks safe. No, it's not safe. I did it again, but that's because fucking conviction proc. So annoying. I have a love-hate for judgment conviction. Fucked up the zone. Oh, I can dodge roll out of that fast enough. Nice, platinum. Alright. That was pretty nice. That's pretty nice. Song of Return. Well, that's basically it for today's stream though. Thanks again for the follow. I do appreciate the follow and for you watching. I do have a YouTube channel that that is predominantly for VOD storage at the moment, but I do plan on probably like doing other content once like maybe Destroyer comes out, like probably do some Destroyer videos and stuff like that. But if you're watching this VOD on Twitch or YouTube, thanks for making it this far. I do appreciate it. If you like what you see, I do stream on Twitch from Monday through Friday from 2 to 6 p.m. Central Time. A heads up is that this Tuesday, May 3rd, if I'm not mistaken, this coming Tuesday, May 3rd, I will not be streaming due to my father having to go to a pre-op for his upcoming surgery, and we need to get groceries, and they're in the same area, so I will be going to go get groceries when we go drop them off. So there will be no stream on Tuesday with the current plans. Again, I have an update panel on Twitch down below that I will put it in, and in case any changes are made for plans, I will let you know on Monday, and then I will have it in the update and probably in the description of the video. If you are curious about any class changes that went live on Korea, or the differences of what was on the PTR to live. For the class changes, I do have a VOD on YouTube, not from yesterday, but the day before yesterday, if I'm mistaken. Where I cover the differences, what made it live, what didn't, and so if you're interested in that, you can also check those out. But yeah, but thanks again for watching. I hope you all having a fun time with Lost Ark, and I'll catch you guys on the next one.